The Book of Heaven. Volume 33. Calling creatures to return to place, rank, and purpose, for which they were created by God. My heavenly and sovereign Jesus and my great Lady of Heaven, come to my aid. Place the ignorant little one that I am in the midst of your most holy hearts. As I write, my dear Jesus, be my blower. And you, my heavenly Mother, guide your daughter's hand on paper, so that I am between my Jesus and my Mother when I write, so that I do not put a single word more than what they want and tell me. With this confidence in my heart, I will begin to write the 33rd volume. It may be the last, I don't know. But I remain hopeful that all heaven will have mercy on the little exile that I am and that they will soon repatriate her home. But for the rest, Fiat. Fiat. After which I continued to think of the divine will, the center and life of my poor existence. My Jesus, repeating his fleeting little visit, said to me, "My brave daughter, you must know that when the soul is willing to do my divine will, it forms the passport that allows it to enter the endless regions of the Fiat kingdom. But do you know who provides the material to constitute it, and who is willing to sign it and give it the right to enter my kingdom? My daughter, the act of being willing to do my will is so great, that my life itself and my merits form paper and characters. And it is your Jesus who signs to grant him the right of entry. It can be said that the whole of heaven is rushing to help the one who wants to do my will. And I feel such love that I take the place of this wealthy creature and I feel loved by her with my own will. Seeing me loved by her by my own will, my love becomes jealous and he does not want to lose a single breath, a single heartbeat of the love of this creature. Imagine my solicitude, the defenses I take, the support I give, the love stratagems I use. In a word, I want to remake myself in her. And in order to remake myself, I expose myself to form another Jesus in the creature. Therefore, I use all my divine art to get what I want. I spare nothing. I want to do everything, give everything where my will reigns. I can't deny him anything because I would deny it to myself. To be willing to do my will forms the passport. The initial act forms the way that one must follow, the way of heaven, holy and divine. Therefore, to the one who enters into my will I whisper in the ear of her heart, forget the earth, already it is no longer yours. From now on, you will only see the sky. My kingdom has no limits, so your path will be long. It is therefore necessary that in your actions you accelerate the pace in order to form many paths and to take many of the goods that are in my kingdom. That's why the initial act forms the way. Its fulfillment forms the escort. When I see that the escort is trained, I act as an engine in order to accelerate its march. Oh, how beautiful and delightful it is to walk in these ways that the creature has formed in my will. These acts performed in my will are centuries old, which contain incalculable goods and merits. Because it is the divine engine that works. It goes at such a speed that in a minute, it contains the centuries and it makes the creature so rich, so beautiful, and so holy, that we are proud to present it to the entire celestial court as the greatest prodigy of our creative art. Moreover, when the creature forms his act in my divine will, the veins of the soul are emptied of what is human. I could say that there is divine blood flowing there, which makes feel in substance the divine virtues in the creature and which possesses the virtue of flowing almost like the blood of life itself that animates its creator, which makes them inseparable from each other. So much so that he who wants to find God can find him in his position of honor in the creature. And who wants to find the creature will find it in the divine center. I was doing my round in the works of the divine Fiat. I'm too small and I felt the need to be carried in his arms because sometimes I get lost in his immensity and in the multiplicity of his works. Sometimes I do not know how to move forward. But as he wants, make me know his works. Let his word and his work of love be found and to say how much he loved me. He takes me in his arms and leads me through the endless paths of the holy will of my Jesus and my mother. But that's not enough. He puts in me, in each of his works, to the extent that I can contain it, the love of each work. He wants to hear in me the sound that each work contains. I am also one of his works, an act of his will. And having done everything out of love for me, he wants me to put in me all sounds and all the notes of love that his works contain. In the meantime, my beloved Jesus surprised me and said, "My beloved daughter, you cannot know how happy I am to see you go through the works we have created. They are imbued with love, and when you turn into them, they overflow with love and they give you the love they are filled with. That's one of the reasons why I want you to shoot in our works. They prepare the table of our love for creatures. They feel honored to have one of their little sisters among them, who feeds and which forms in it as many loving notes of their Creator, as works that were created. But that's not all. My divine will is not content to make our little girl go through our works. After to have made known to him so many works of creation and to have filled it with love to the brim, she carries her in her arms into the bosom of the Supreme Being, which throws it like a small pebble into the endless seas of its attributes. And what does the little girl do with our will? Like a small pebble thrown into the sea, it causes all the waters of the sea to undulate and thus stirs the whole sea of our divine being. And while swimming in him, she floods herself of love, of light, of holiness, of wisdom, of goodness, etc. And, oh, how beautiful it is to see and hear her say while she feels overwhelmed, "All your love belongs to me, and I put it into action to pray that the kingdom of your will may come to earth. Your holiness, your light, your goodness, your mercy are mine. It is no longer my smallness that begs you, but these are your seas of power and goodness, who pray to you, who squeeze you, who assail you and want your will to reign on earth, so that we see the smallness of the creature act as queen in our divine being, to unite our immensity and our power. And it makes us ask ourselves what it wants and what we want. She understands that there are no goods other than our will alone, and to obtain them, she makes them ask by the infinities of our divine qualities, as if they belonged to him. This gives it charm and beauty, that delight us, that make us weak and that make us do what she wants and what we want. El deviant notre echo etne siet rien nous dire ni nous demander, sicenestk notre volant. En va his touts choses et puis former un seul volant un avec touts les creatures. Ainsi, lorsque la creature accomplit que signifie la divine volonté et sent sa vie couleur en elle, elle ressent plus le besoin de quoi que soit d'autre. Parce qu'en possédant monde vouloir, elle possède tous les biais possibles et imaginables. Il lui reste plus que le désir ardent que ma volonté embraces and constitutes the life of all things. And this is because she sees that this is what my will wants, and her smallness wants it that way. After which I continued to think of the divine will and the great evil of the human will. My beloved Jesus added with a sigh, "My daughter, the creature who does his own will sets himself apart and works alone. There is no one to help her, no one to give her strength and light to do the best she can. Everyone leaves her to herself, isolated, defenseless. It can be called the abandoned, the soul lost in creation, who suffers because she wants to do her own will. She feels the weight of the loneliness in which she has placed herself in the absence of any help. Oh, how much I suffer to see so many creatures separate from me. In order to make them feel what it means to act without my will, I stand as far as possible, making them feel the full weight of the human will, who leaves them no rest and becomes their cruelest tyrant. It is quite the opposite for the creature that makes my will. All are then with her, heaven, the saints, the angels. For the honor and respect of my divine will everyone is obliged To help this creature and to support her in the acts or between my will. My will puts herself in communication with all and their command to help it, to defend it and to make it the procession of their company. Grace and a shimmering light are already smiling in his soul. My will administers to him what is best and most beautiful in his act. I myself am at work in the creature that makes my will. I make her flow in her deeds to have the honor, the love, and the glory of my acts of the creature who operated in my will. That's why she feels this connection with all. The strength, support, company, and defense of all. That is why the one who makes my will and lives in it can be called the rediscovery of creation, the daughter, the sister, the friend of all. It is like the sun that from the heights of its sphere rains light and extends to enclose everything in its light. To give oneself to all without denying oneself to anyone. Like a faithful sister, her light embraces all things and gives as a token of his love for all the things created its beneficial effects. By constituting itself life of the effect it gives. In some, it forms the life of sweetness. In other things created, the life of perfume, in others the life of colors, etc. Thus my will, from the heights of his throne, rains down his light. And where she finds the creature that wants to receive her to let her dominate, she surrounds her, embraces her, warms her, shapes her to make her reach maturity. It is as if his admirable life becomes the life of the creature. And all are then with her since everything comes from my adorable will. I am still the little ignorant of the Supreme Being. Lorsque la divine volonté me plonge dans ses mers, je per a peine lire les voiles. Et suis si petite que je per a peine avaler quelques gouttes de tout ce que possède le Créateur. C'est pourquoi en tournant dans les over du divin fiat, je restais en Eden ou je voyais la création de l'homme. Je me disais. Quelle pu être la première parole que Adam a prononcée lorsque Dieu l'a créé. Monday très grand bien Jesus me rendit un brève visite. Tout bon, comme est il oui me voulait me le dire, il m'expliqua. Ma fille, j'ai moi aussi le désir de te dire qu'il fut le premier mot prononce par les lèvres de la première creature créée par nous. Tu dois savoir que dès que Adam ressentit la vie, le mouvement et la raison. He saw his God before him and he understood that it was he who had formed him. He felt in himself, in all their freshness and with gratitude. Impressions. The touch of his creative hands. And in a burst of love, he spoke his first words. I love you my God, my Father, author of my life. And it wasn't just his word, but breathing. Heartbeat. The drops of his blood that ran through his veins. The movement of his whole being who said in chorus, I love you, I love you, I love you. So that the first lesson he learned from his Creator, the first word he learned to say. The first thought that came to life in his mind. The first beat that formed in his heart was I love you, I love you. He felt loved, and he loved. I could say that his I love you had no end. He did not stop himself until he had the misfortune of falling into sin. Our divinity was touched to hear I love you from man's lips. For these were the words that we had created in the organ of his voice, which told us I love you. And it was our love that we had created in the creature that told us I love you. How not to be touched? How can we not pay him in return for a greater, stronger love, worthy of our magnificence, hearing him say I love you? So we repeated to him I love you. But in our I love you we make the life and work of our divine will flow. So that we placed in man, as in one of our temples, our will which was thus locked in the human circle while remaining in us. So that man can accomplish great things and our will be the thought, the word, the heartbeat, the step, and the work of man. Our love could not give anything more holy, more beautiful, more powerful. That our will operating in man, who alone could form the life of the Creator in the creature. And, oh, how pleasant it was for us to see our will occupy her position as an actress. and the human will dazzled by its light. Enjoy his paradise and give her full freedom to do what she wanted, granting her supremacy in all things and position of honor that suits such a holy will. You see, therefore, that the beginning of Adam's life was an act filled with love for God, with his whole being. Sublime lesson, this beginning of love, which was to run throughout the work of the creature. The first lesson she received from our Supreme Being, in the exchange of her I love you, was he liked to respond tenderly to his I love you. At the same time he gave him the first lesson of our divine will which communicated to him his life and infused him with the science of what our divine fiat means. With each I love you, our love prepared ever more beautiful lessons of our will. He was delighted and we were delighted to converse with him. We were pouring rivers of love and eternal joy upon him. Thus human life became enclosed by us in love and in our will. Therefore, my daughter, there is no greater suffering for us than to see notre amour en brise dans la creature et notre volonté entrevue, et fi, sans vie et sujet à la volonté humaine. Aussi, sois attentive et commence tout chose dans l'amour et dans ma divine volonté. Monde pauvre esprit continue à traverser la mer infinie du fiat et il infinite jamais de marcher. Dans cette mer, l'âme sent son du la remplir à ras bord de son être divin. So she can say, God gave me everything of himself. And if he has not put in me his immensity, it is because I am too small. In this sea, I found in action order, harmony, the obscure mysteries of how God created man, and the incredible wonders. Love is exuberant. Mastery is unsurpassable, and the mystery is so great that man himself, nor can science clearly repeat the formation of man. That is why I continued to be surprised by the magnificence and prerogatives that human nature possesses. My beloved Jesus, seeing me so surprised, said to me, "My blessed daughter, your astonishment will cease when, looking carefully at this sea of my will, you will see where, who, how and when each creature has been fully formed." Where? In the eternal womb of God. By whom? By God himself who gave them the origin. How? The Supreme Being himself formed the series of his thoughts, the number of his words, the order of his works, the movement of his steps and palpitations of his heart. God gave this beauty, this order and this harmony, in order to be able to find himself in the creature, with such fullness, that she wouldn't find a place to put something of herself, which would not have been placed there by God. We were delighted watching her, to see that in the small human circle our power had included our divine work. In our excess of love, we told him, "How beautiful you are! You are our work. You will be our glory, the summit of our love, the reflection of our wisdom, the echo of our power, the bearer of our eternal love." And we loved the creature of eternal love without beginning or end. And when was this creature formed in us? Ab eterno. Therefore, if it did not exist in time, it has always existed in eternity. She had in us her position, her thrilling life, the love of her Creator. So that the creature has always been for us our ideal. The small space where we can develop our creative work. The small peak of our life. The outlet of our eternal love. That's why there are so many things that humans don't understand. They cannot explain them because it is the work of the divine incomprehensibility. These are our obscure celestial mysteries. Our divine fibers of which only we know the mysterious secrets. The keys we need to touch when we want to do new and unusual things in creatures. And since they don't know our secrets, nor can they understand the understandable ways which we have placed in human nature, they can judge it in their own way. But they can't find the reason for what we do in the creature, who is forced to bow to what she does not understand. The creature that does not do our will disorders all our acts, ordained ab eterno in the creature. Therefore, it disfigures itself and creates the emptiness of our divine acts, formed and ordained by us in the human creature. We loved each other in her. In the series of our acts formed by pure love and placed in time. We wanted the creature to participate in what we had done, but for that, the creature needed our will. She gave her the divine virtue of doing in time what had been done by us and without her in eternity. It is no wonder that if the divine being had formed the creature in eternity, this same divine will would confirm and repeat it in time. That is, he continued his creative work in the creature. But without my divine will, how can the creature to rise, to conform, to unite, to resemble those acts that we had with so much love formed and ordered in her? That is why the human will only disturb our most beautiful works, break our love, take out our works. But they remain in us because we lose nothing of what we have done. All evil dwells with the poor creature because it feels the abyss of divine emptiness. His works are without force and without light. His steps are hesitant. His confused mind. So that without my will, the creature is like food without substance, a paralyzed being, soil without cultivation, a tree without fruit, a flower that gives off a bad smell. Oh! If our divinity could be subject to tears, we would bitterly regret the one who does not allow herself to be dominated by our will. Although it swims in the sea of the divine will, my little soul is pierced by the nails of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. What terrible suffering, what torture in my painful existence! Oh! How I wish I could shed torrents of tears! I wish I could change the immensity of the divine will into bitter tears so that my sweet Jesus would take pity on me when he walks away from me. Without telling me where he is going. Without showing me the way where the trace of his steps for I can join him. My God! My Jesus! How can you not be compassionate towards this little exile whose heart is broken because of you? But while his deprivation made me delusional, I thought of the divine will. I was afraid that his empire, his life, may no longer be in me, and may my eternal love Jesus leave me, hide and no longer take care of me. I asked him to forgive me. My beloved Jesus, all kindness, taken with compassion when I saw that I could not endure this any longer, came back for a few moments to say to me with love, my little daughter of my will, we see that you are small. It is enough that I stop a little so that you get lost. You are afraid, you doubt, you are oppressed. But do you know where you get lost? In my will. And as I see you in my will, I do not hasten to come. Because I know you are safe. You must know that when the soul does my divine will, I can freely do in this soul whatever I want, to operate the greatest things. My will empties it of all things. It forms for me the space where I can place the holiness of my infinite act. The soul puts itself at our disposal. Our will has prepared and made it capable to receive the operative virtue of our Supreme Being. On the contrary, when our divine will is not done, we must adapt, restrict ourselves. Instead of being in our usual way a sea, we must give our graces sip by sip. While we can give rivers. Oh! How it weighs on us to have to work in the creature that does not have our will. It makes us unable to make ourselves known. Because human intelligence, without our will, is like a sky covered with clouds that obscures reason and blinds her to the light of our knowledge. She will be in the middle of the light, but unable to understand anything. It will always remain illiterate in the light of our truths. If we want to give him our holiness, goodness, and love, we must give them in small doses, in fragments. Because the human will is cluttered. His miseries, its weaknesses and its defects, which makes it incapable and also unworthy of receiving our gifts. Without our will, the poor human will does not know how to adapt to receive the virtue of our creative works, the great embraces of his Creator, our love stratagems, the wounds of our love. Often the creature tires our divine patience and forces us to be unable to give him anything. And if our love compels us to give him something, it is for her a food that she does not know how to digest. Because it is not united with our will, it lacks the strength and digestive virtue to absorb what comes from us. Therefore, we immediately see that when our will is not in the soul, the true good is not for her. In the light of my truths, she became blind and more stupid. She does not desire them and looks at them as if they do not belong to her. It is quite the opposite for the soul that makes my will and lives in it. I am in the reign of the divine Fiat that penetrates to the marrow of my bones. He tells me Fiat, Fiat, Fiat. I constantly call on him to train his life in my actions, his beating in my heart, his breath in mine, his thought in my mind. I wish I could attach myself to the divine will, to form his life in me, all of divine will. I was worried about that thought. But my great good Jesus paid me a brief visit and said to me, "My little daughter of my will, you must know that when the creature invokes and calls my Fiat, implore that his life be formed in him, it emits a light that enchants God. He looks at the creature. He makes the exchange of his sweet enchantment with the emptiness in the act of the creature in order to be able to enclose the divine will in his act. He develops his life there and the happy creature acquires the power to make it his own. As it belongs to him, she loves him more than her own life. My daughter." The creature knows that it is a gift received from God. And she feels happy and victorious to have possession of it. But it is not possible for him to love my divine will as it should be, nor to feel the need of his life. Thus my will cannot develop freely in the creature. Therefore, calling him disposes you to this and you feel the great good of owning his life. You will then love her as she deserves to be loved. You will guard her jealously so as not to lose a single one of her breaths. As I was suffering a little more than usual, I said to myself, "Oh! How I would like my suffering to give me wings, to fly to my heavenly homeland. So, instead of grieving me, my little sufferings would be a feast for me." I felt worried and my beloved Jesus added, "My daughter, don't be surprised. Suffering precedes the smile of glory. They triumph by seeing the conquests they have won. Suffering confirms and establishes the greater or lesser glory of the creature. It is according to the sufferings that the creature receives the most varied and beautiful shades of beauty. And seeing herself transformed in this way, she triumphs. The sufferings of the earth begin their eternal smile that never ends, at the gates of heaven. The sufferings of the earth are bearers of humiliation, but at the eternal gates they are bearers of glory. On earth, they make the poor creature unhappy. But with the miraculous secret they possess, they operate in the most intimate fibers and in the whole human being the eternal kingdom. Each suffering has its particular role. They can be scissor, hammer, file, brush, color. And when they have finished their work, triumphant, they lead the creature to heaven and they leave it when they see each suffering exchanged for a distinct joy, an eternal happiness. Provided, however, that the creature receive them with love and felt with each suffering the kiss and embrace of my divine will. It is then that suffering possesses its miraculous virtue. Otherwise, it is as if they do not have the appropriate tools to accomplish their work. But do you want to know who suffering is? I am suffering. And I hide in it in order to form the deep works of my heavenly homeland. And I return in exchange and with wear and tear for the brief stay that the creatures have granted me on earth. I am imprisoned in the poor prison of the creature in order to continue my life of suffering on earth. It is therefore right that my life should receive his joys, his happinesses, his exchange of glory in the celestial region. So, stop being surprised if it is your sufferings that smile before victories, before triumphs and conquests. I was doing my round in the divine Fiat. My poor mind stopped at different divine acts in order to see in it the beauty, the power, the infinity of the divine creative will. It seems that all the supreme qualities were exposed throughout creation. 2. To love creatures. To make themselves known. To unite with them and to take them to the bosom of the Creator from which all things have come out. All the acts of the divine will are powerful, revealing helpers, and they become bearers of souls even in the heavenly homeland. For those who allow themselves to be dominated by it. I stopped at the point where the divine Fiat performed the solemn act of man's creation. My beloved Jesus surprised me, and he said to me, "My blessed daughter, stop with us to watch. Mastery, sumptuousness, nobility, power and beauty, with which man was created. All our divine qualities flowed into man. Each wanted to flow more abundantly than the other and unite with him. Our light flowed over man to make him his brother of light. Our goodness to make him his brother of goodness. Our love to fill them with our love and to form his brother of love, power, wisdom, beauty, justice. And our Supreme Being rejoiced to see our divine qualities all at work to unite with man. And our will, which came to life in man, maintained the order of our divine qualities to make it as beautiful as possible. Our main occupation was man. Our gaze was fixed on him so that he could imitate us and unite with us. And this not only by creating it, but throughout the course of his life. Our qualities were always at work to maintain fraternization with the one they loved so much. And after this union with him on earth, they were preparing the great feast of fraternization to the glory of the heavenly fatherland. Fraternization of joys, bliss, infinite happiness. Jamail home pars chu ila at cre par nous et chu ilest tout onus. Jelma pars que notre etre divin se diverse toujours sur lui plus chu un torrent impetueux. Jelma pars chu il possède ce qui vient de moi et par consequent, Gemma moi même en lui. Jelma pars chu ilest destin à peupler le ciel, et comme monde frère de gloire, nous glorifierons l'un et l'autre. Je serai sa gloire comme vie. Et-il serum ma gloire comme ovra. Si tellement tu un creature vive dans ma volonté. C'est parce tu avec el mes divines qualités trouvant leur place d'honneur et. Et tu els pouvant maintenir la fraternisation avec la creature. Sans ma volonté dans la creature. Els ne trouvant pas de place et. They don't know where to put themselves. Fraternization is broken and my life is stifled. My daughter. What a mortal change when the creature withdraws from my will. I no longer find my image or my life that grows in it. My qualities are ashamed to unite with her. Because when the human will is separated from the divine, everything is disturbed and becomes frozen. Therefore, take great care not to go out of my will. With her. Thou shalt be united with all that is holy. Thou shalt be the sister of all our works, and you will have in your power your Jesus himself. After which I continued my deeds in the divine will. My sovereign Jesus added, my daughter, everything that the creature accomplishes in my will identifies with her. Acquires unitive, communicative and diffusive strength. Since our divine deeds extend to all, every creature benefits. Thus, the creature who works in our will, with his deeds, does good to each and every one, and she is honored and glorified to be the universal carrier of good to all things and to all. And I said, yet, my love, we do not see in creatures the fruit of this universal good. Oh! If all could receive it, how many transformations there would be in this low world? Jesus answered, this is because they do not receive it with love. Their hearts are barren land. They do not have enough seeds that our light can fertilize. It's like the sun that illuminates and warms the whole earth. But if he does not find seeds to fertilize, he cannot provide him with his generative and productive virtue. Despite its light and warmth, not a single good was received. But the sun is still honored and glorified for having given its light to all. No one could escape it. He remains triumphant because he has given his light universally to all things and to all things. It is the same for our works and our deeds. For they possess virtue. To be able to give oneself universally to all creatures and to do good to all. This is for us the greatest honor and glory. There is no greater honor or glory than to be able to say, I am the bearer of the good to all. I embrace all creatures in my act. I have the virtue of generating good in all. My ideal is the creature. Thus, I call it in my will so that with me it may extend to all creatures. So that they know how and with what love my will works. My abandonment continues in the divine will. Seeing all that was done in her, the little atom of my soul turned and turned around to also give her my little I love you for all that she had done in eternity out of love for all creatures. My beloved Jesus stopped me in the waves of the endless love of the conception of my Heavenly Mother. Tout kindness, he said to me. Little girl of my will, your I love you, however small it may be, touches our love. Through the wounds he makes us, he gives us the opportunity to manifest our hidden love, to reveal our intimate secrets, and how much we loved the creatures. You must know that we love all of humanity. But we were forced to keep hidden in our divine being all the immense enthusiasm of our love. Because we did not find in this humanity the beauty that delighted our love, nor the love which, by touching us, would bring out ours to flood humanity, make itself known, love it and make itself loved. The creatures were immersed in the lethargy of faults to the point of making them horrible for us to see. But our love was burning. We loved them and wanted our love to reach all creatures. How to do it? We had to maneuver a lot to get there, and here's how. We called the little Virgin Mary to life. We created it. All pure, all holy, all beautiful, all love. Without the task of original sin. Our own divine will was conceived with it. Thus, between her and us, there was free access, eternal union, and inseparable divinity. The Heavenly Queen delighted us with her beauty. Her love touched us, and our overflowing love hid in her. Our love could manifest itself by seeing His beauty and love for all creatures. And I loved all the creatures of a love hidden in this Heavenly Queen. We loved all humanity in her. And through her beauty, she no longer seemed ugly to us. Our love was no longer restricted within us. But it was diffused into the heart of such a holy creature. By communicating to him our divine fatherhood, and by loving in her all creatures, she acquired divine motherhood. Thus she could love all creatures as her children generated by her Heavenly Father. She felt that we loved all creatures in her. She saw that our love formed the new generation of humanity in her maternal heart. Can we imagine a greater ploy of love by our paternal goodness to love creatures, even those who offended us, than that of choose from this same race a creature. Make it as beautiful as possible so that our love can no longer find an obstacle to love all creatures in her and to make her loved by all humanity. All creatures can find in this Heavenly Queen our hidden love. Especially since by possessing our divine will, she dominated us to make us love all creatures. And we, by our sweet empire, dominion her so that she may be the most affectionate mother of all. True love does not know not to love. He uses all the arts, seizes all opportunities, the biggest as well as the smallest, in order to be able to love. Our love is sometimes hidden, sometimes revealed. It is sometimes direct and sometimes indirect, in order to make known that we love with incessant love the one we have come out of the depth of our love. We could not give all generations a gift greater than that of this inimitable creature. As mother of all humanity and bearer of our love hidden in her, to give it to all her children. After which I continued to think of the divine will. The thought that my Heavenly Mother possessed in her motherly heart the hidden love with which my Creator loved me, filled me with joy. And to think that God was looking at me through my Heavenly Mother, through her holiness, her delightful beauty. Oh! How happy I was to know that I should no longer be loved and watched alone, but loved and looked at through my mom. Oh! And that my Jesus may love me even more. It will cover me with its virtues. She will dress me with her beauty, and it will hide my miseries and my weaknesses. La pense mi vint que cela ne pouvait se faire que lorsque la reine du ciel vivait sur la terre et que lorsqu'elle fut en levée au ciel, Ce stratagem d'amor divin esseritate. Monday du Jesus est revenu pour me dire. Ma bien heureuse fille. Nos over continuant to jures et sunt inséparables de nous. Notre amour cache continue dans la reine du ciel et il continuera to jures. Cene serait pas un over de Dieu si tout ce que nous faisons pouvait être séparé de nous et ne pas avoir une vie éternelle. Our love may seem to come out of us, but in reality, it stays with us. And the love that flows on creatures is inseparable from us and makes inseparable the one who received our love. Thus, all our works, in heaven as on earth, all the creatures that have emerged, do not leave us for all that. But they are all inseparable from us. By virtue of our immensity which encompasses all things. There is no place where it is not located. And she makes everything we do inseparable. We cannot be separated from our works, nor our works from us. It can be said that they form a single body with us. Our immensity and power are like blood, which circulates and keeps all things alive. At most there can be a distinction between the works, but never separation. I was stunned to hear this and I say. And yet, my love, there are the reprobates who are already separated from you. They are also works from you. Why don't they belong to you anymore? And Jesus said. You're wrong, my daughter. They no longer belong to me in love but in justice, my immensity retains its power over them. And if they did not belong to my punitive justice, she would not have to punish them. For they would not belong to me the moment they lose their lives. But if this life exists, there is someone who keeps it and who with justice punishes it. The Sovereign Lady always possesses in heaven our hidden love for every creature. This is his greatest triumph and joy. To feel all the creatures loved by his Creator in his motherly heart. And like a real mother, how often she hides them. In his love to make them love. In his sufferings to make them forgive. In his prayers to make them obtain the greatest graces. Oh! How she knows how to cover her children and excuse them before our Majesty's throne. Therefore, let your Heavenly Mother cover you, she who will think about the needs of her daughter. I feel small, but so small that I feel the extreme need for it that the divine will, rather than my mother, carries me in his arms, feeds me with his words, administers the movement of my hands, supports my steps, forms the beating of my heart and the thought of my mind. O divine will, how much you love me! I feel your life pouring into me. To give me life. Wait for the atoms of my actions to invest them with its creative force and tell me. My daughter's atoms are mine because they possess my invincible strength. My mind remained surprised to see the loving and maternal stratagems of the divine will. Then my ever-kind Jesus, who always wants to be the spectator of what the divine will does in me, said to me. My little girl, you must know that my supreme will is always looking for the creature who wants to be born in him and grow in his arms under his maternal care. And when she sees that her little girl wants to give herself with her little works to tell her that she loves her, this divine mother, the press against his chest strengthens the movement, the word, and the step of his daughter. His force invests it entirely, transforms it. Although small, she sees herself as strong and victorious. And this mother takes pleasure in being defeated by her little girl. So that this creature sees itself strong in love, strong in suffering, strong in the works. She is invincible to God. Her weaknesses and passions tremble before her. God himself smiles and changes his righteousness into love and forgiveness before the fortitude of this creature and that of his mother who makes her strong and invincible. Therefore, if you want to be victorious over all things, grown up in the arms of my will, it will flow into you, you will feel its life thrilling and it will lift you up to its likeness. You will be his honor, his triumph, and his glory. After which I continued to think of the divine will. The most wonderful scenes of divine work presented themselves to my mind. In the act of giving oneself to me, in order to make oneself known. To receive my little love, gratitude, and gratitude. My beloved Jesus added. My blessed daughter, to the one who lives in my will, all times belong to her. And I like to hear him repeat to me what the creatures have not done for me. Who worked for them with so much love. Therefore, she who lives in my will finds creation in action. It is found in the azure sky, in the radiant sun, in the twinkling stars. She gives me her kisses, her filial love. How happy I am to find in all these created things. The kisses, the act of recognition of my daughter. I convert all these things into joy for her and I make them her property. Oh! How beautiful it is to be recognized in these works that we have accomplished and loved. The creature finds the little epic of the innocent Adam and gives me with him his innocent embraces, his chaste kisses, his childhood love. How happy I am to see my fatherhood recognized, loved, and honored. I in turn give them my kisses, my paternal embraces, and their property rights. What will I not give to my children after being loved and recognized as father? I do not deny them anything, for I know how to refuse anything to the one who lives in my will. There is in it an exchange of works, of reciprocal love, moving scenes that form the paradise of God and the soul. Oh! May she be blessed 1,000 times, the one who comes to live in the heavenly abode of my will. The creature who makes the divine will enters into her as a queen and presents himself before us surrounded by all his works. She makes the conception of the Virgin her own. And by uniting with the Virgin, the creature gives us what we give him. And we receive love, glory, immense seas, of which we have endowed this Virgin as if she were repeating them. What abysses of grace are renewed between heaven and earth! The soul in the divine will becomes the repeater of his works. The creature is unable to give us in one act what has been formed by us in one and only act. Thus its smallness runs through our will and sometimes takes one work, sometimes another, and with the empire that our will gives it, it descends into the incarnation of the Word. How beautiful it is to see it! Invested with her love. Ornita ses larmes et da ses plays. En possession de ses priors. Touts les overdue verbe l'entourant au-dedans comme au dehors. Il les converti pour elle. En joie. En béatitude et en force d'âme avec l'inséparabilité de son Jesus comme temple sacre dans son cœur. In order to make her the repeater of her life. Oh! What moving scenes she presents before God! When, with Jesus in her heart, she prays, suffers, loves with Jesus. And when in her infantile smallness she says, I possess Jesus, he dominates me and I dominate him. I give him what he does not possess, my sufferings, in order to form his complete life in me. He is poor in suffering, because glorious, he cannot have any. I provide him with what he doesn't have and he gives me what I lack. Thus, in our will the creature is the true queen. Everything belongs to her and she surprises us with our works. What delights us and forms our happiness. This is what the creature can give us in our most holy will. I continued my round in the divine will. His sweet empire, his irresistible strength, his love and his inextinguishable light poured over my smallness. She was delighted to find in the sea of the divine will his sweet surprises, its ever new paths, its delightful beauty, its immensity which carries as in its bosom all things in it. But what strikes him most is his love for the creature. She seems to have no eyes, only to look at it, from the heart only to love him, hands and feet only to press her on her breast and show her the way. Oh, how much she desires to give her life to the creature so that she can live from it. It seems to be a delirium that holds her, a wish she has made, a victory that she wants to win at all costs, that her life can form the life of the creature. My mind was lost in the middle of this spectacle of love of the divine will. My sweet Jesus, all tenderness, said to me, my daughter, by doing his own will, man has lost the head, the divine reason, the regime, the order of its creator. And since he was no longer the leader, all members wanted to occupy this place. They have neither the virtue nor the capacity. They did not know how to maintain the regime or order among themselves. And each member stood against the other. They were divided among themselves, so that they remained scattered, that they did not possess the unit of the chief. But our Supreme Being loved man, seeing him without a leader made us suffer. It was the greatest dishonor of our creative work. We could not tolerate such great torment in the one we loved so much. But our divine will dominated us. Our conquering love brought me down from heaven to earth to constitute me the head of man and gather all the members scattered under the chief. And the members acquired the regime, order, union, and nobility of the chief. So that my incarnation, all that I have done and suffered, and my death itself, was nothing but my way of going in search of these scattered members, in order to communicate, by virtue of my divine leader, life, heat and resurrection, to dead limbs, to make all human generations a unique body under my divine leader. How much it cost me! But my love allowed me to overcome everything, to face all suffering and to triumph over everything. You see, my daughter, what it means not to do my will. Lose your mind, separate from my body, and become seconded members, who with difficulty and groping advance in the manner of monsters and inspire pity. All the good of the creature is centralized in my divine will, and it forms our glory and that of human generations. It is our delirium and our promise to get that. By love and incredible sacrifices, the creature lives in our will. Therefore, be attentive and content your Jesus. My poor intelligence always turns in the divine Fiat to meet him in his actions and unite with them, to woo them, to love them, and to be able to say to him, I have the love of your actions in my power. Therefore I love you as you love me, and what you do, I do too. Oh! How beautiful it is to be able to say, I have disappeared into the divine will. Therefore his strength, his love, his holiness, his work are mine. We have the same step, the same movement, and the same love. And the divine will all in celebration seems to say, how happy I am! I am no longer alone, I feel in me a heartbeat, a movement, a will that runs with me. We are merged. She never leaves me alone and does everything I do. My mind was lost in the divine will, and I said to myself, but what do all my deeds do in the divine will when I do nothing? It is she who does everything, and as I am in her, the divine will tells me that I do what it does. That is with good reason. For to be in the divine will and not to do what it does is impossible. Because his power is so great that he invests my nothingness that does what all his deeds do. Moreover, it does not know or can act otherwise. And my sweet Jesus, surprising me with one of his brief visits, said to me, my little daughter of my will, how beautiful it is! The creature cannot receive greater honor than to be admitted into her. The small acts performed in my will embrace the centuries as they are divine. They are invested with such power that you can do with them what you want and get everything. The divine being remains bound in these acts because they are his own. And he must give them the value they deserve. De plus, tu dois savoir que les actes accomplis dans ma volonté forment les voies qui doivent servir auxiliary aims pour entrer dans ma volonté. Etces voies sont si nécessaires. Si des aims héroïques ne viennent pas d'abord vivre dans ma volonté. Afin de former les grandes voies de son royaume, les générations, ne trouvant pas les voies d'achas, will not know how to enter into my will. My daughter, before building a city, we first trace the ways that must constitute the order of the city. It is after that we lay the foundations to build it. If roads, exits, communication routes are not formed, then there is a danger that instead of a city, citizens are building a prison from which they cannot get out. You see how necessary the ways are. This city without lanes, it is the human will that in its prison has closed all the roads, which lead to the heavenly city of my divine will. The soul that enters my will, breaks the prison, destroys the unfortunate city that has no ways or exits. And the divine engineer, united with the power of my will, forms the plan of the city, the order of routes and communications. And like an unsurpassable artisan, he builds the new citadel of the soul with mastery, and it traces the channels of communication that allow other souls to enter and build citadels to form a kingdom. And the first will be the model of all the others. You see, therefore, what the deeds performed in my will be used for. They are so necessary that without them, I would not have the means to make her reign. Therefore, I always want you in my will and never get out of it if you want to make your Jesus happy. 1. I feel like I hear the continual echo of the divine Fiat rumbling in my soul. With his invincible power, he calls in his deeds my small acts to make only one. He seems to find his delights in this creature. He no longer feels alone and finds someone to tell about his joys and sorrows. In short, he no longer knows loneliness and is no longer silenced. On the contrary, when the creature does not live in the divine will, he feels the weight of loneliness. He wants to talk and confide his secrets, but he is not understood because he lacks the light of his will, which makes the creature understand its celestial language. He is in sadness, because while he is only voice and words, he finds no one to say a single word to. Oh, adorable will, make me live in you, so that I can break your loneliness and give you the space where you can speak. But while my spirit was lost in the vast horizons of the divine Fiat, my sweet Jesus, repeating his little visit, said to me in his goodness, 2. My little daughter of my will, it is true that the creature who does not live in our will keeps it in solitude and silences it. You must know that each creature is for us a new and distinct work, and that we therefore have new things to say. If she does not live in our will, we feel her distant from us because her will is not in ours. Therefore, we feel alone, hindered in our work when we want to say something. It is as if we were talking to deaf mutes. That is why the one who does not live in our will is our cross. It prevents us from moving forward, binds our hands, destroys our most beautiful works. And I, who am the Word, am silenced by it. 3. Now, you must know that the soul in a state of grace is the temple of God. But when the soul lives in our will, it is God himself who becomes the temple of the soul. And how big is the difference between the creature temple of God and God temple of the soul? The first is a temple exposed to perils, to enemies, subject to passions. Often, our Supreme Being is found in these temples as in a stone temple, abandoned, where he is not loved as he should be. And the little lamp of his continual love that the soul should have in homage to the God which resides in it, is extinguished for lack of pure oil. And if this soul were to fall into a grave sin, our temple collapses and the soul is occupied by thieves and enemies who desecrate it and mock it. The second temple, which is God temple of the soul, is not exposed to danger. Enemies cannot approach it, passions are extinguished. And the soul in this divine temple is like the little host that carries Jesus in it. With the eternal love she derives from it, the soul is nourished and becomes the little living lamp, which always burns without ever extinguishing. This temple occupies a royal position and the soul is our glory and triumph. And what does the little host do in our temple? She prays, she loves, she lives by the divine will. It takes the place of my humanity on earth and she occupies my position of suffering. She calls all our works to make her procession, the creation, the redemption. She makes them all her own and she commands them. She places them all as an army around her act of prayer, worship, and glorification. But she always stands at the head to make our works do what she wants them to do and always ends with her little chorus that we love so much. May your will be known and loved, may it reign and dominate throughout the world. So that the desires, sighs, interests, solicitudes and prayers of this little host that lives in our divine temple, is that our Fiat embraces all things, keeps all evils away from creatures and by his almighty breath he occupies his position in the hearts of creatures to make the life of all. Is there something more beautiful, holier, more important and more useful in heaven and on earth than what this little host who lives in our temple does? In addition, our love uses all stratagems for the creature that lives in our will. He makes himself small and locks himself in his soul in order to form his life. He becomes a sumptuous temple to bring her to safety and enjoy her company. The soul that lives in our will always thinks of us and we always think of it. Therefore, take good care to always be in our will. After which I continued to think of the divine will, and my beloved Jesus added, the sign that the soul lives in my will is that all things, inner and outer, are bearers of my will. Because to say that one carries life in oneself and not to feel it is impossible. Therefore, she will feel my will in her heartbeat, in her breath, in the blood that flows through her veins, in the thought that comes to her mind, the voice that gives life to her word, etc. The inner act that resonates in the outer act makes my will happen. In the air it breathes. In the water she drinks. In the food she takes. In the sun which gives it its light and warmth. In short, the inside and the outside join hands and form the life of my will in its actions. Life is not formed by a single act, but by continual and repeated acts. In my will, all our acts are present as in one act, and the creature enters into the power of our present deeds and does what we do. It is invested with our creative strength by our love that is always growing. She understands that it is really for her that he does all things. And, oh, how much she loves her Creator and wants to do everything for him. On the other hand, for the creature that lives outside our fiat, everything we have done is considered things of the past, made for everyone and not just for her. Therefore, love is not awakened in it. She sleeps and dwells as if in lethargy with a distant love and not in action. Therefore, the difference between the creature that lives in my will and the one that lives outside of it is so great that there is no comparison possible. Also, be attentive and thank me for the great good I have done you by letting you know what the life of my will means. My poor mind seems to be unable to help but go in search of the deeds performed in the divine will. If he could, it seems to me that I would miss him. The palace where to reside. Food to feed me. Air to breathe. The steps to browse its endless domains. As I go in search of the acts of the divine will, they are the ones who seek me and unite with me. It seems that they whisper in my ear, we are in your power, and with the power of these acts, you have enough to ask for the kingdom of our supreme fiat. It takes divine acts to obtain a divine will. For the creature who comes into our will, our deeds surround him and carry his own in triumph to ask for the reign of our will on earth. My mind rejoiced. In the enchanting light of my little acts surrounded by the seas of divine acts, in my little love surrounded by the sea of divine love which, in a mysterious and incessant voice only asked the fiat voluntas killed on earth as in heaven. Then my sovereign Jesus surprised me and, with all love, he said to me, my blessed daughter, how sweet and consoling it is to hear my will. With all his deeds. In the small act of love and adoration of the creature, ask for the reign of fiat on earth. My fiat uses the little love of the creature as a spokesperson. To make my will resonate in all his deeds and make him ask for his kingdom. He does not want to do it alone and wants her to serve as an intermediary. But do you want to know what is the point of this prayer that contains divine power and weapons to wage war against us incessantly? It serves to call God on earth. To give life to all creatures. To make my divine will and all his works come to reign on earth. It serves to prepare the place of the creature in God. It is a divine and prodigious prayer that knows how to get everything. After which I continued to surrender myself in the arms of Jesus. His divine heart leapt with joy, love, and happiness. He added, my daughter, all acts of my humanity possess generative virtue. That is why the spirit that thinks and generates holy thoughts, thinks and generates science, wisdom, divine knowledge, new truth. All this flows like a torrent in the mind of the creature without ever ceasing to generate. Thus, each creature possesses all this as if in reserve in his mind. There is a difference. Some honor these virtues and leave them the freedom to produce the good they possess. Others do not take care of them and suffocate them. My looks generate looks of love, compassion, tenderness, and mercy. I don't take my eyes off anyone. My gaze multiplies on all creatures. With what pity I look at human miseries. My pity is so great that to bring the creature to safety, my gaze locks it in my pupil. To defend it. To surround him with affection and an inexpressible tenderness to the point of astonishing the whole sky. My language speaks and generates words that give life and sublime teachings. It generates prayers, arrows of love to give the generation of my ardent love to all creatures in order to make me loved by all. My hands generate works, wounds, nails, blood, embraces, in order to give to all creatures. A balm to soften their wounds. Nails to injure and purge them. Blood to wash them. Kisses to take them in triumph in my arms. All my humanity continually generates in order to reproduce in each creature. Our divine love really consists of this. Reproduce in each creature. And if we didn't have generative virtue, it could not be a reality, but a way of speaking. But we first perform the deeds in ourselves. If we use words, it is in order to confirm deeds. Especially since my humanity is inseparable from the divinity who possesses by nature generative virtue and stands above creatures like a mother with open arms to generate in them an admirable life. But do you want to know who is receiving the effects, all the fruit of this generation continues? This is the creature in whom reigns my will and which not only receives the generation of my deeds, but reproduces them admirably. I am still in the dear heritage of Fiat. I feel his sweet empire that absorbs and invests me to the point that I no longer have the time to grieve for the deprivation of my beloved Jesus, which is for me, alas, so painful. His continual, multiple, and infinite acts impose themselves on me, to make me present and participating in the property they contain. To tell me how much he loves me and ask me if I love him. My mind was lost and delighted when I saw that he always wanted give me of himself and make myself present to his acts. What goodness! What love! And my sovereign Jesus surprised me by saying, "My little daughter of my will, your Jesus has the mission to manifest the secrets of my divine will. His love is such that he does not know how to be and that he cannot be without continually giving himself to the creature. You must know that when my will performs an act, she calls in this act all creatures, and she gives herself entirely in order to give to each one the good that this act possesses, so that all creatures are contained in its act and receive the good of this divine inheritance. With this difference that the one who is voluntarily and out of love in our will retains possession of this good. The good of the creature that is not in our will does not remain lost, but awaits his heiress. The one who will decide to have life in our will, who will give him possession of it. And with a divine liberality, we give to the creature who is not in our will the interests of this good. I.e. the effects, that she may not starve to the goods of her Creator. Our will inherently possesses universal virtue. Therefore, in each of his acts, she embraces all creatures. She calls them all and offers each of them her divine goods. The sun is the image and symbol of our divine will, created by my Fiat with its universal virtue. He offers his light to all creatures without denying it to anyone. And if one did not want to take the good of his light, the sun would not destroy this light. It cannot. He waits for one to decide to take the good of the light and gives himself immediately. Even to those who do not directly decide to take the property. To some things he gives fecundity and maturation, to others development and sweetness. There are no created things to which the sun does not give of itself. So that the creature, using plants for food, takes the effects and interests that gives light, and that voluntarily, it does not take. My will does even more than the sun in all its deeds and offers all creatures its divine goods. She who lives in our will has ownership of it, and she possesses the good that my will has given her in each of her deeds. She feels in herself the nature of the good, since the good is in her power. La bonté, la patience, l'amour, la lumière, el héroïsme du sacrifice, tout est à sa disposition. Siln occasion, la pratique sans effort. Sinon la conserve toujours, tels de nobles princesses qui forment l'honneur et la gloire de la propriété que ma volonté lui a donné. Ilnest comme pour l'œil de la creature qui possède la vue. Silest nécessaire de regarder et d'ater avec la vue que il possède, lle fait. Sicenest pas nécessaire, lne perd pas la vue et conserve son œil qui forme son honneur et sa gloire. Posséder ma volonté et ne pas en posséder les vertus est presque impossible. C'est right comme un soleil sans chaleur, une nourriture sans substance, un vie sans battements de cœur. Par conséquent, cela qui possède ma volonté tout en sa possession. Comme dans et propriété que ma divine volonté lui apporte. I am under the highest waves of the divine fiat which makes me see and touch with my hand that things and all divine acts have their origin in the divine will and are all bearers of such a holy will. So that God's primary purpose, both in creation and in redemption, was nothing but form the pulsating life of the divine will in every creature and in all things. He wanted his royal post and the transfusion of all things and every act in his will. This with justice and reason. For being the author of all things and creatures, how can we be surprised that he wants his rightful place in everything? I followed the divine will in its actions. I came to redemption. My Jesus said to me with a sigh, "My daughter, the primary purpose of redemption, in our minds, was to revive the kingdom of the divine will in the creature. It was the most beautiful and noble act that our will had placed in it. It was by virtue of this act that we madly loved the creature. She had what came from us. We loved ourselves in her. Therefore our love was perfect, whole, and unceasing. It was as if we couldn't get rid of her. We felt this will within the creature that required us to love him. If I came down from heaven, it was under the empire and the power of my fiat who called me claiming his rights. To revive and secure his noble and divine act, and to restore his kingdom in creatures. There would have been no order and we would have acted against our nature. If, coming down from heaven, I had put the creatures in safety and then our will, which is divine and the most beautiful act we have placed in them, beginning, origin and end of all things, had not been secured. And if his kingdom had not been restored in creatures, who doesn't think about saving themselves first before saving others? No one. And not being able to save yourself is a sign that you don't have neither virtue, nor the power to save others. By restoring the kingdom of my will in the creature, I have performed the greatest act, an act that only God can perform. That is to say, that of securing my life itself in the creature. And by saving myself, I have brought all creatures to safety. They were no longer in danger because they had in their power a divine life in which they found all the goods they needed. That is why my redemption, my life, my sufferings, and my death will serve to arrange the creatures towards this good, and to prepare for the great prodigy of the kingdom of my will in human generations. And if they do not yet see the fruits and life of my will, it means nothing. Because there is in my humanity the seed and life of my fiat. This seed has virtue to form the long generation of so many other seeds in the hearts in order to regenerate in them the renewal of the life of my will in creatures. There is therefore no act performed by our Supreme Being that does not come out of our will. His love is such that he makes himself alive in our actions. As he is life, he demands his rights to develop. Also, how could I come to redeem? What if I did not restore these rights in my will? These rights have been restored in my Heavenly Mother and in my humanity. That's when I was able to come and restore. Otherwise, I would have found neither the way nor the place to go down. And my humanity was committed to the Supreme Being, by his sufferings. To restore his rights. To make it reign in time and in the human family. Therefore, pray and unite with me. Don't spare the sacrifice of your life. For such a holy and divine cause, and For such a heroic and great love for all creatures. What I had just written worried me, and I said to myself, how can it be that when he says that his primary purpose for coming to earth was to establish the kingdom of the divine will, while the fruits of the redemption are abundant, but that we see almost none of the reign of his fiat? Jesus added, 3. My daughter, it would be absurd and contrary to the divine order not to give primacy to our will as we have done. The kingdom of the divine will has begun. First in my heavenly mother. Then in my humanity, which possessed the fullness of the supreme will. Together with the Queen of Heaven, I represented the entire human family. By virtue of this kingdom that we possessed, in order to gather all the scattered members, the redemption could come. It is truly from within the kingdom of my will that the redemption came out. If my mother and I had not possessed my will, his kingdom would have remained a dream in our divine spirit. As I am the head, the king, and the true savior of mankind, the members of this humanity have the right to what is in the head, and children have the right to inherit their mother's property. That is why the redemption came. The head wants heal the limbs and tie them by means of suffering and death, in order to enjoy in them the virtues of the head. The mother wants to reunite her children to make herself known in order to make them heirs of what she owns. It took time for the kingdom of my will to comes out the redemption as his first act. Redemption will be a powerful means to communicate to the members the kingdom that the head possesses. And I, who insist so much that creatures begin with my will, I, who possess the life of this will and who was to descend from heaven to earth and pay such a price, should I not give primacy to my will? Oh, my daughter, it then means that we don't really know that an act of my will is more valuable than all the acts of creatures together, and that it is quite certain that the redemption had the life of my will, while the redemption did not possess the virtue of giving life to my will. My fiat is eternal, it had no beginning either in eternity or in time, while the redemption had its origin in time. Since my will has no beginning and only it can give life to all things, it possessed by its nature primacy over all things. And there is nothing we do without our will reigning and predominating. But you say that one can see the fruits of redemption while those of the kingdom of the divine will are not yet visible. This means that we do not understand our divine ways of acting. For we first do the little things before giving way to our great works and realizing our main purpose. Listen to me, my daughter, for in creation our primary purpose was man. But instead of starting by creating man, we created the sky, the sun, the sea, the land, the sea, and the winds as our dwelling. Where to place this man and make him find everything he needed to live. In the creation of man himself, we started by making the body before infusing its soul. More valuable, more noble, and which has more value than the body. It is often necessary to do the little things first in order to prepare a dignified place for our sublime works. Why be surprised, therefore, that as we descended from heaven to earth, our primary purpose in our minds was to constitute the kingdom of our will in the human family. Especially since man's first offense was directed against our will. It is therefore with justice that our first objective had to be to repair the offended part of our will, to restore to it its royal place. It was after that the redemption came, in an overabundant way and with excesses of love likely to astonish heaven and earth. But why in the first place? Because it was to be used to prepare properly and sumptuously, by means of my suffering and death, a kingdom, an army, a dwelling as a procession where my will reign. To heal man, it was necessary my sufferings; to give him life, it was necessary my death. And yet, only one of my tears, only one of my sighs, a single drop of my blood would have been enough to save everyone. For everything I did was animated by my supreme will. I can say that it was she who was running in my humanity. In all my acts. In my most atrocious sufferings. In order to look for the man to bring him to safety. How could one deny the primordial purpose of will so holy, so powerful that he embraces all things in which there is neither life nor good without this will? This very thought is absurd. So I want you to recognize my will in all things as a primordial act. You will thus place yourself in our divine order, where nothing exists that does not give supremacy to our will. My poor heart has an extreme need to surrender to the Fiat, to feel his divine fatherhood and motherhood. With his arms of light he keeps me pressed against his breast in order to pour into me like a very tender mother, who loves his daughter with an inseparable love, to the point of wanting to generate his life in her. It seems to be a delirium, a divine passion of this holy mother whose looks, attention, solicitude and heart are continually in the act to design and to grow his life in his daughter, all abandoned in his arms. So much so that abandonment in the divine will facilitates care and allows the solicitudes of this heavenly mother to form his life all of divine will in the creature. My pretty mom, oh! Do not detach me from your breast of light so that I can feel your life in me, who continually lets me know how much you love me, who you are, and how beautiful, kind, and adorable you can be. But while my mind was lost in total surrender to the divine will, my sweet Jesus, renewing his brief little visit, said to me, "My blessed daughter, the more one understands my will, the better one can enjoy his beauty and holiness, and participate in his goods. Abandonment in my will destroys all obstacles and effortlessly keeps the soul tight in the arms of my Fiat that can regenerate its divine life in the creature." Here's what a true and complete abandonment says. Make me what you want. My life belongs to you and I don't want to worry about it anymore. So that abandonment possesses virtue to put the creature in the power of my divine will. For you must know that all things, and human nature itself, participate in the eternal movement of God, so that everything revolves around him. All creation, breath, heartbeat, blood circulation, are all under the influence of the eternal movement that gives them life. As all things and creatures derive their lives from this movement, they are inseparable from God. As they have life, they all revolve around the Supreme Being. As a result, breathing, heartbeat, human movement, do not depend on them, whether they like it or not. It can be said that they have life in God with all created things. Only the human will, having been created with the great gift of free will in order to be able to tell us freely that it loves us, not because it is obliged to do so as the breath can be forced to breathe, the heart to throb and the creature to receive the movement of its creator. Without being obliged to do so, she can love us and be with us in order to receive the active life of our will. It was the honor and the very great gift we had given to the creature who with gratitude withdrew of our union and this inseparableness, and consequently of his union with all things. It was then that it got lost, degraded, and weakened. The creature has lost this unique strength. She is the only one in all of creation to have lost its road, its place, its honor, its beauty, its glory. She deviates from the place she retains in our will that calls her and longs to put her in her place of honor for that no one loses the life of the incessant movement. That she does not feel poor and weak, but rich in the eternal movement of her Creator. Because it does not want to occupy the royal position in our divine will, the lost human will is the poorest of all. As she feels poor and unhappy, she makes the misfortune of the human family. Therefore, if you want to be rich and happy, never come down from your place of honor that is in our will. You will then have everything in your power, the force, the light, and my will itself. I felt poor in love. But I wanted to love him infinitely. I had received my sweet Jesus sacramentally and he was flooded with love. I only had a few drops of it, and yet he asked me for love so that I could give it to me. But how to match his own? So I told myself that my Heavenly Mother wants me to love my Jesus and his Jesus very much. I will then pour the little drops of my love into the seas of his love and then I will say to Jesus, I love you so much that I love you as your mom loves you. It seemed to me that the Sovereign Lady rejoiced to see that her daughter loved Jesus with her love and that she was even happier to know that he was loved with the love of her mother. Happy, he said to me. My little daughter of my will, you must know that the creature that lives in my Fiat is never alone in his actions. It is incorporated into everything my Fiat has done, does, and will do in itself as in all creatures. So that I felt in the love of my mother the love of the daughter, and in the love of the daughter, the love of my divine mother. Oh! How beautiful are your little drops of love invested in the seas of love of my mother. When a creature lives in my will, I feel the sky sinking in his actions. Dans son amour. Dans sa volonté. Je sens que la creature est aussi etses acts, son amour, sa volonté investissent l'empire pour former un seul acte, un seul amour et un seul volonté avec tout. Le ciel tout entier se sent aimé. Glorify dans la creature qui se sent elle-même aimée par tout dans le ciel. In my will, everything is unity. There is no such thing as separation, neither distances, nor times. Centuries disappear in my will. With his power, he devours everything in one breath and forms a single continual act of all things. What a happy fortune for the creature who lives in my will and who can say, I do what we do in heaven. And my love is no different from their love. Only for those who do not live in my will are the acts separable and their sufferings solitary. Their actions are different from our actions. Because they are not invested by the power of my will which possesses the virtue of converting into light what is done in it. As these acts are not light, they cannot be incorporated with the acts of our will. Inaccessible light that knows how to convert all things into light. So it's no wonder that light and light are incorporated together. Then I surrendered myself in the arms of the child Jesus who made himself seen filled with love. He abandoned himself in mine in order to enjoy the love I gave him coming from him and his mother. And he added, my daughter, if you see me little child, it is by virtue of my divine will, who possesses in himself all the periods of my life on earth, my tears, my sufferings, and all that I have done. My will repeats at every moment different periods of my life in order to give the admirable effects to the creatures. It trains me. Sometimes as a little child in order to give the fruits of my childhood, my very tender love who cried in order to obtain that of the creatures and to allow myself to receive tenderness and compassion for my tears. Sometimes as a little boy of enchanting beauty in order to make me known and to delight the creature. Sometimes as a young man to chain him with an inseparable union, and sometimes in crucified to allow me to repair. And so on for all the rest of my humanity on earth. Oh! Power and unsurpassable love of my will! What I have done during this small space of 33 years, after ascending to heaven, my will do for centuries and centuries. Holding my life ready to be given to every creature. Now, you must know that the Holy Church has the great honor of having souls to whom it is given to see me. To hear me speak, as if I were living with them again. This is due to my divine will, which forms my appearance making me visible to creatures. My humanity is enclosed in its immensity and possesses, thanks to her, the present act, which gives me the appearance. From a small child to my birth. That of a young child once I have grown up. She has my whole life in her hands. She decides what she wants to look like me and shapes my appearance at any age. It keeps my life in the present in the midst of creatures. My will keeps your Jesus alive. It forms my appearance according to their dispositions. She gives me to them. By making them hear that I weep. By making them feel that I am suffering, that I continue to be born and die, that I am burning with desire to be loved. What does my will not do? She does everything. She has supremacy over all things. Conservative virtue and the perfect and continuous balance of all our works. Unfortunately, my daughter, and it is with immense pain that I repeat, not enough is known. My adorable will. What she does. The benefits that she constantly distributes to creatures. That is why she wants to be known. Because she is neither appreciated nor loved and does not have supremacy over our works. While our will is the primordial source. Our works are like so many small fountains, who draw and receive life and goods which they then give to creatures. Oh! If one knew what the will of God means, the good that she offers to creatures, the earth would be transformed and so strongly attracted, that one would remain with one's gaze fixed on her in order to receive her eternal goods. But, as she is not known and those who do not know her are numerous, creatures do not think of her at all, and do not take full advantage of her possessions. But even though, whether they like it or not, whether they know her or not, whether they believe it or not, it's my divine fiat, which gives life, movement, and everything else, and which is the motive of all creation. And that's why my divine fiat loves so much to be known for what he does and what he can do, so that he could give new gifts and show his love for creatures with greater abundance. That is why I wanted the sacrifice of your life. A sacrifice that I have not asked of anyone. A sacrifice that costs you so much. Even if you don't count this sacrifice, then when obstacles and circumstances arise. But me, I count it every day. I measure the intensity, the difficulty, and the loss of daily life to which you submit. Brave girl! Your sacrifice was necessary for my will to make itself known. To give her knowledge and make herself known she wanted. Use you as a channel. Make your sacrifice a powerful weapon in order to conquer. To reveal themselves. To open his breast of light and to manifest who she is. Especially since the creature, by doing one's own human will, rejected and lost the life of the divine will. It was therefore necessary for a creature to accept the sacrifice of losing one's life and self-control so that my will can act, make themselves known and restore his divine life. This is always the case in our works. When we want to act with overabundance towards creatures, we ask for the sacrifice of a creature as a pretext. It is then that we make known the good we want to do. This good is granted according to the knowledge that creatures acquire. Therefore, be attentive and do not seek to occupy your mind with useless thoughts about the reason for your state. It was necessary for our will. That is enough, and you should rejoice and thank her. I continue my abandonment in the divine fiat. His actions are the foods that make his life grow in me. Its strength imposes itself on my human will, delights her, conquers her in hers, she telling her, let's live together and you will be happy with my own happiness. I created you, not so that you stay away from me, but to be with me, in my will. If I created you, it was because I needed to love and be loved. Creation was necessary for my love, a small peak in the field of action of my will. Oh adorable will, how kind and wonderful you are! You want me in you in order to give free rein to your love, and you want the creatures to live in your divine will because you did not create us without will like heaven and sun, so that you can do what you want. I was thinking this when my sweet Jesus surprised me. All goodness, he said to me. Blessed girl, you must know that of all the things we have created, the human will is the most beautiful, the one that most resembles us. So we can call her queen, because that's what she is. All things are beautiful. The sun is beautiful with its invigorating light that rejoices, smiles at all and makes the eye, the hand, and the step of all things. The sky is beautiful that covers all things with its starry mantle. But as beautiful as all things are created, none can boast of having done for us the smallest act of true love. There is no exchange. Everything is silence, and what we do alone. No one responds to all our seas of love. Not the slightest answer. For it must be formed between two wills that possess reason and know whether they are doing good or evil. The human will was created queen in the midst of creation, queen of itself and exchange of love with its creator. Queen of all created things, she can freely make a world good. Prodigies of value. Heroism and sacrifices. If it puts itself on the side of the good. But if it places itself on the side of evil, she can as queen make a world of ruins, and rush from the greatest height. even in the lowest and deepest of miseries. We love among all the human will because we have made it queen. She can tell us that she loves us. It can nourish our need to love. She can compete in love with us. Because we have endowed it with these prerogatives by even giving it our resemblance. It is nothing more than a simple act. However, she is the hand, the foot, the voice of her human being. If the creature did not have a will, it would be similar to beasts, slave of all. Without the imprint of a divine nobility, of the very pure spirit of our divinity, there is nothing material in us. However, we invest all creatures in everything. We are life, movement, the pillar, the hand, and the eye of all creatures. Human life flows from our fingers. And we are the breath and the beating of every heart. And what we are for all and for all things, the human will is for itself. It can be said that because of the prerogatives it possesses, it can be seen in us and we find in it our little mirror. Power, wisdom, kindness, and love of our divinity can form their reflections in a single act of the human will. Oh! Human will, how beautiful you were created by your Creator! The sky and the sun are beautiful, but you surpass them in beauty. And even if you had no other beauty, for the simple reason that you can tell us that you love us, you possess the greatest glory, the enchantment capable of delighting your Creator. I feel in the arms of the divine will who, with unsurpassable kindness, shows me all that she has done out of love for creatures. And as everything was done out of pure love, she seems not to be happy unless she is known and loved in turn by those who are the cause of all her works and her indescribable magnificence. My spirit was lost in the multiplicity of divine works, and my ever-kind Jesus, repeating his brief visit, said to me, "My little girl, our love and our works want to come to life in the creature. They want us to feel them throbbing to give him the love and the fruits contained in our works which, by taking birth in the creature, produce love and divine fruits. Everything we have done is still in action. And we call the creature in the current act to make him know our works, all the love they contain, with what wisdom and power they have been formed, and that it is always for her that we act. All we did was to make ourselves love the creature. We don't need anything. Because we possess in ourselves, in our divine being, all possible and imaginable goods. As we have creative virtue, we can create all the goods we want. Therefore, all our external works have been made for creatures, to give them love, to make them know the one who loves them so much, so that it can serve as a staircase for them to ascend to us and give us their little love. We feel robbed and betrayed by the creature that does not love us. My daughter, do you want to know who is the one who can receive our love contained in the things created? To know our purpose, receive knowledge and give us his love in exchange? The one who lives in our will. When the creature enters my will, she presses her against her breast with her wings of light. As she possesses the incessant act, she said to him, "Look at me and act together so that you know what I am doing." My love is distinct from one created thing to another. You receive all the degrees of my ardent love to the point to be covered and flooded with love, and to repeat only that you love me, that you love me, that you love me. But if the creature does not know, it is incapable to receive the fullness of love or to taste the fruits of our works. But I'm going to give you another surprise. When the creature enters our will to know all that we have done in creation, in the redemption, and in all things, it is not only admirably enriched by the works of its Creator, but it also gives us a new glory, as if our works could be repeated. What we have done goes through the channel of the creature that is in our will. We feel ourselves repeating glory by virtue of this will, as if we were expanding a new heaven and forming a new creation. When we feel it coming in our will, we welcome it. We are overflowing with a new love for her. We tell him, "Come, touch with your hand what we have done. Our works are alive for you, they are not dead." Knowing this, you will repeat the new glory and the new exchange of love. It is true that our works praise and glorify us by themselves. In truth, it is we ourselves who continually praise and glorify. But the creature in our will gives us something more. It gives us His will to act in our works, His intelligence to know them, and His love for loving us. We then feel the glory. May a human will repeat for us this glory, as if our works were repeated. That is why I always want you in my divine fiat in order to receive its secrets and drink in great sips His admirable knowledge. When known, life is communicated. The works are repeated and the goal is achieved. The divine will never leaves me alone and always seems to watch me in order to invest my thought, my word, the smallest of my deeds. He demands my attention. He wants me to know that He desires to invest my deeds and that by watching each other, He gives and I receive. If I allow myself to be disreared, He reproaches me, but with a sweetness capable of breaking my heart. He said to me, "Attention is the eye of the soul that knows the gift I want to make and disposes her to receive it. I don't want to give my possessions to the blind. I want you to see and know. But do you know why? It is by seeing my gift that you appreciate it, and by knowing it that you love it. I make you feel my light, my power, my love. I feel repeated in your little thought the love that the divine will knows how to give. Therefore, the first thing, what does my divine will do for the one who wants to live in it? It is to give him the view to look at us and know us. And when we are known, everything is done, and the life of my divine will is assured in all its rigor. After which my mind was lost in a sea of light and thoughts, my sweet Jesus surprised me by saying to me, "Ah, my daughter, life in my will is the life of heaven. It is to feel in the soul. The life of light. The life of love. The life of divine action. The life of prayer. Everything is thrilling life in His actions. You must know that the creature who makes the divine will and lives in it becomes a magnet for divine acts. Her movements, thoughts, and works are magnetic to the point of magnetizing her creator, who is attracted to her until he can no longer separate himself from it. The gaze of the Supreme Being is magnetized and remains fixed on it. His magnetized arms hold the creature firmly against His breast. It attracts our love so much that we pour it out on it to the point of feeling that it loves us as we love ourselves. When the creature has become this magnet for us, our love comes to excesses. When she forms her deeds, even the smallest ones, He imprints our divine seal on them. And we pass them off as our deeds with an imprint of our supreme image. And we place them in our divine treasures as our own currency that the creature has given us. What if you could know what it means to be able to say that our Supreme Being received our coins from the creatures? With our image struck on these coins to authenticate them, your heart would explode with joy. We have the power to give to creatures. It is nothing but an outlet for our love. But when the creature is made capable of giving, and that it is our very deeds and not hers that she gives us, coins minted in our image, love that surpasses all can no longer be contained. And in our enthusiasm we say, "You touched us. The love of your actions has enchanted us, and made us the sweet prisoners of your soul. We will also touch you to delight you and imprison you with us. Therefore, my daughter, je ver que tu sois tout et tout oreille. Afin de beauvoir et de bien savoir ce que ma divine volonté veut faire en toi. Il me semble que le divin vouloir veille continuellement à ce que le premier acte de son adorable volonté coule toujours en moi. Avec un admirable et divine jalousie il investit et entoure toutes choses. Quel acte soit petit ou grand, il vérifie s'il possède la vie de sa volonté. Parce que la valeur et la grandeur d'un acte est confirmée par la volonté tu il conscient. Tout le reste, si grand que cela puisse être, si réduit à un tracement voile qui suffit à couvrir et à cacher le grand trésor, la vie inimitable de la divine volonté. Monde esprit et tout occupé par la divine volonté. Jesus, Monday trace grand biet, semble prendre un inexprimable plaisir à parler de sa volonté. Tout bont, il me dit. Ma bien heureuse fille. Pour un acte puis me plaire et. Pour que ma volonté puis former en lui sa vie tout entière, tout à l'intérieur de la créature doit être centralisé dans monde fiat. La volonté doit l'évoluer. His desire must be ardent, in accordance with the will. Affections and tendencies must only desire to receive the life of my will in their act. The heart must love him and enclose in his beat the life of my will. Memory must remember this end. Intelligence must understand it. So that everything must be centralized in the act where my will wants to form his life. For to form a life, it is necessary to have a will, a desire, a heart, affections, tendencies, memory, and intelligence. Otherwise we could not say that it is a complete and perfect life. That is why my will makes the perfect void so that I can reproduce the life of his love in the love of the creature. His divine desires and tendencies in those of the creature. Its uncreated beat in the created beat. Its infinite memory in the finite memory. In short, it wants to be totally free to form a complete life and not half-formed. When the creature gives up his life, my divine will gives him his in exchange. That's when his life becomes fertile and generates under the veil that covers it. Love, desire, trends, memory of my will. To form the great prodigy of his life in the creature. Otherwise, one could not speak of life, but simply of adherence to my will. And not even in all things. And partially. Because it would not bring the effects or goods that my will possesses. It would be like the sun. If its light did not possess warmth, sweetness, tastes, perfumes, it could not form the beautiful shades of colors, the variety of sweets, tastes, and fragrances. If the sun can give them to the earth, it is because it possesses them. If it did not have them, it would not be a real light of life, but a sterile and infertile light. It's the same for the creature. If she does not give way to my will, she cannot possess his love that never ends, the sweetness of divine flavors, and all that makes up the life of my will. So don't keep anything of you and for you. You will give us the great glory of having a life of our will on earth under the veil of your mortal being. You will have the great benefit of possessing it. You will feel flowing into your being, like a rapid flow. Happiness, joys, the firmness of goodness. Love that always loves. The sweetness, the tastes, the conquests of your Jesus will always be yours. Your being will continue to suffer here on earth. But he will have the life of the divine will to sustain him. He will use his sufferings to develop the life of his divine conquests and victories in his human form. So, always move forward in my will. I was doing my round in the divine will. My little human will was burning with the desire to weave all his deeds and make them my own. So that I can master all things and have in my power an infinite glory, an eternal love. Countless acts distinct from each other and that never end so that we can always give love, glory and works to my Creator. As a daughter of His will, I feel the need to possess everything in order to have a love that never says it's enough and divine acts worthy of the Supreme Majesty and my ever adorable Jesus. As if to confirm what I thought, said to me, "My daughter, everything belongs to the creature who makes my will and lives in it. When my will gives something to the creature, it does not bring him a single work, but all his works. Because they are inseparable from my will. She uses it to create space. And to nourish, congratulate, enrich with its immense riches the creature that lives in it and allow it to always receive. If my divine will didn't want to everything and always give, and always receive from the one who lives in ELE. It would not be a truly happy life in my will. Because the substance of happiness is formed by new surprises, exchanges of donations, diverse and multiple works, each possessing a source of varied joys. that we exchange and that testify to their mutual love. The creature and my will flow into each other and communicate secrets to each other. She makes new discoveries of the divinity, and it acquires other knowledge of the Supreme Being. Life in my will is not a joke, but a life of continuous work and activity. You must know that there is nothing that has been done by God, by the saints and by all the others, that is not given to the one who lives in my will. Because there is nothing good that does not belong to him. Just as you feel the need to possess all things, all feel the need to give themselves to you. But do you want to know why they want to go through the channel of human will? It is for give the good they possess and reproduce the good and glory of their deeds to their Creator. And if you desire to reconstruct our works and those of all heaven, they seem to say one after the other, I can't do it on my own. Then take me in your power. Bring us all together, so that one be the love of all. The glory of this Supreme Being, who gave birth to us in its midst and gave us life. That is why life in my divine will is the prodigy of prodigies, the unity of all things. It is to possess everything, to receive everything and to give everything. I always want to give to the creature. I long for it to enter my fiat, so that I can give him what I want and satisfy my desires. Then I said to myself, but what is it for? What glory do I give to my God? Always asking that his will be known and occupy its royal place in creatures? It seems to me that I do not know how to ask for others. It seems to me that Jesus himself is tired of hearing me repeat the same story. I want the life of his fiat for myself and for everyone else. I was thinking this when my sweet Jesus added, my daughter, you must know that when the creature continually prays for good, it acquires the ability to possess that good. She will then have the virtue of having him possessed by others. Praying is like paying the money to get the good you want. Prayer forms respect, appreciation, love, which is necessary to possess it. Prayer forms in the soul the emptiness in which to put the desired good. Otherwise, if I wanted to give her this good, she would have no place to put it. So you can't give me greater glory than by asking me. May my will be known and may it reign. This is the prayer I make, the burning desire of my heart. You must know that my love is so great that I want to make my will known. Unable to contain this love, it overflows on you and I make you say, let your fiat come, let your will be known. So it is I and not you who pray in you. It is my excess of love that feels the need to unite with the creature, so as not to be alone in praying for this good. And in order to give more value to this prayer, I put in your power my works, all creation, my life, my tears, my sufferings, so that this prayer is not just words, but a confirmed prayer. By my works, my life, my sufferings, and my tears. Oh! How sweet it is to hear your chorus echo my prayer. Let your fiat come, let your will be known. If you did not do this, you would stifle my prayer in you and I would remain alone in praying bitterly. But you must also know that I feel the need to retrace all my works and my sufferings, to ask me that my will be known and that it reigns. He who has known my will and loves this great good cannot abstain to continually ask that all know and possess her. Therefore, think that I am there and that I pray with you when you think that the least you can do, it is to pray for the triumph of my will. My little intelligence feels the irresistible force of the divine will, who calls and wants her in the midst of all creation to make her see and understand the harmony and order of all created things, and how each brings its tribute to its creator. It is not a created thing, however small or how big it may be, intended to occupy the great space of the atmosphere, which does not bring its distinct tribute to the one who created it. And although she has no reason and is mute, it is by never leaving the position that God has assigned to her that she brings her eternal glory. I thought then that I too occupy a place in the great empty space of creation, but can I say that I am in the place willed by God? Does my will always do God's will like the rest of creation? I thought this when my beloved Jesus surprised me. All goodness, he said to me. My blessed daughter. Everything that comes out of our Supreme Being is innocent and holy. It cannot come out of our holiness and our infinite wisdom of beings or things having the slightest stain and not containing the usefulness of a good. All things created have in their nature the creative virtue and therefore continually return to us the tribute and glory due to us. Because we gave them the day. And we don't know how to do things that have the slightest stain, or that are useless. So all that has been created by us is holy, pure and beautiful. We receive the tribute of all things and our will receives its deed accomplished. My daughter, there is not a created, animated and inanimate thing that does not begin its life by fulfilling our will and paying tribute to it. All of creation is already nothing but a single act of our will. It occupies a royal place and maintains its life acting light in the sun, his life acting by force and empire in the wind, its life acting of immensity in that of space. In everything created, my will develops its life and maintains everything within it. So nothing cannot move by oneself, nor make any movement if my will does not want it. And the veils of created things continually give us tribute, the great glory and the great honor, to be dominated by our will. And when sin has been blotted out of the creature, isn't the newborn innocent and holy? And with the period of baptism in the baby's life until the present sin enters his soul, isn't the baby an act of my will? Et-sil remove, sil parle, pens et fate bouger ses petites mains, tu ces petits acts volus et disposes par ma volante. Ne sunt ils pas des tributs et un gloire que nous recevons? Peut-être sunt ils inconscients. But my will receives from its small nature what it wants. It is only sin that causes the loss of holiness and brings the active life of my will out of the creature. Because if there is no sin, we carry it in our womb. We surround him with our holiness and she can only feel in herself the active life of my will. See, therefore, that all creatures and all things have their beginning and birth with my will. Innocent, holy, and worthy of the one who created them. But the one who retains this innocence and holiness, the one who always remains in her position in my will, she alone is triumphant in the space of the universe. She is the standard bearer, the one that brings together the whole army of creation, to bring to God with a voice and full knowledge the glory, honor and tribute of everything and every creature. We can therefore say that my will is everything to the creature and that its birth is the first act of the continuation of its conservation in the creature. Never the love or grace of my will does not leave the one who wants to live in her and know her. And even if she is cast out by sin, she does not leave it. My will locks him into the empire of his punitive justice, so that the creature and all things are inseparable from my will. Therefore, may my will reign alone in your heart. Recognize in her your life, the mother who lifts you up and nourishes you, and wants to train you for her greatest honor and glory. I felt immersed in the divine will. All the manifested truths filled my mind. They wanted to say and say to each other again in order to make themselves known. But alas, their speech was from heaven and I lacked the words to repeat their heavenly lessons, even though I felt that these truths were bearers of holiness and divine joys. I was immersed in the Fiat when my ever-kind Jesus, with indescribable love, said to me, "Because you are the little girl of my will, I need to let you know its secrets. If I did not, I would be suffocated by the high waves of love that come out of me. Talking about my will is for me rest, relief, a balm, which attenuates my flames and prevents me from being suffocated and burned by my love. I am all love. I manifest my greatest love by speaking of my divine will. But do you know why? The essence of our life becomes recognized by talking about our will and my Fiat and my word splits and reproduces our life among creatures. There is no greater glory or better outlet for our excessive love than to see our lives split. To give, settle and to occupy our central place. For to the extent that it is capable of doing so, it is a kingdom of love in our will that the creature acquires. Our creative work is not finished and it continues. Not by creating new heavens and suns in the universe, no. For our divine fiat is reserved to continue creation by virtue of its creative power. When he pronounces his fiat for create, split, repeat our divine life among creatures, there can be no more beautiful continuation of creation. Therefore, pay attention to what I say and listen to me. All the truths of the divine will that must be manifested are established ab eterno in our supreme majesty. These truths are queens of our divine being, who are waiting to bring to earth the great good of the knowledge of our fiat, to teach him to live according to the truths they announce. These queens of my truths will give the first kiss of the life of the fiat and will possess the virtue of transforming into truth itself the creatures who will listen and stay with them to help them. We will be all love for them, willing to give them what they want, as long as they listen to them and let themselves be led by them. All the truths of our will have not yet come out. Those who remain are eagerly waiting to leave our divinity, to fulfill their functions as carriers and transformers of the good they possess. And when all the truths we have prepared are manifested, these noble queens will all together give the assault to our divine being with an invincible army possessing our divine weapons. They will make our conquest, and they will obtain the triumph of the kingdom of the divine will on earth. It will be impossible for us to resist them. By conquering God, they will also conquer creatures. If I continue to speak, it is because not all queens have come out of our divinity to perform their function. The discourse of my will is the continuation of the creation of the fiat that created the universe. The creation of the universe was a preparation for the creation of man. My word today on my fiat is nothing but the continuation of creation to prepare sumptuousness of my kingdom and of those who will possess it. Therefore, be attentive and let nothing escape you. Otherwise you would stifle an act of my will and force me to repeat my lessons. 1. I was doing my round in the acts of the divine will. By moving from one work to another, I came to the creation of man. My sweet Jesus held me there, and with an inexpressible love that he could not contain, he said to me, "My daughter, my love makes me feel the need to talk about the creation of man. All creation is already imbued with our love." She speaks, although with silent language, and if she does not speak she says so by actions. La creation est la trace grande narratrice de notre amour pour le homme. Et cet amour, mutuel un solile, se répand sur toutes choses. Lorsque la création fut acquise, nous avons créé le homme. Mais avant de l'écrire, écoute l'histoire de notre amour pour lui. Notre adorable majesté avait établi de faire le homme roi de toute la création. De lui donner la maîtrise sur toutes choses et to make him master of all our works. To be a true king in deeds and not in words, he had to possess in himself all that we had done in creation. Thus, to be the king of the sky, the sun, the wind, the sea, and all things, he must have possessed in him a sky, a sun, etc. so that creation can be reflected in him. And he had to possess the same qualities to reflect himself in creation and master it. In fact, if he didn't have an eye that could see, how could he enjoy sunlight and take it when he wanted to? If he didn't have hands and feet to walk the earth and take what it produces, how could he call himself king of the earth? If he didn't have a breathing organ to breathe the air, how could he use it? And so on. That is why before creating man, we looked at all creation and in an excess of love we exclaimed, "How beautiful our works are!" But man will be the most beautiful work. We will centralize everything in him. If we will find creation outside and inside him, and by shaping it, we have locked in it the sky of reason, the sun of intelligence, the speed of the wind in the thought, strength of character in the will, the movement in the soul where we have contained the sea of graces, the heavenly air of our love, and all the senses of the body as the most beautiful flowering. Oh! That you are handsome, man. But we were not yet satisfied. We have placed in him the great Son of our will. We gave him the great gift of the Word, so that he may by deeds and with words be the eloquent narrator of his Creator. So it became our image. And we take pleasure in enriching it with our finest qualities. But that wasn't enough yet. In our exuberant love for him, our immensity found him everywhere. At every moment, our omniscience was looking for him everywhere. Our power supported him even in the fibers of his heart by bringing him everywhere in our paternal arms. Our life and movement throbbed in his heart, breathed in his breath, worked in his hands, walked in his feet until they made a stool under his footsteps. Our paternal goodness, in order to bring our dear son to safety, made sure that he could not be separated from us, and us from him. What else could we have done that we didn't? It was because it had cost us so much that we loved it so much. We had dispersed for him our love, our power, our will, and makes use of our infinite wisdom. We didn't ask for anything else. That his love, that he may live freely in our will, and that he recognize how much we have loved him and all that we have done for him. These are our love claims. Who will have the cruelty to refuse us? But alas! There are unfortunately some who refuse them and thus form painful notes in our love. Therefore, be attentive and may your flight into our will be continual. 3. Then I continued my round in creation. Unable to do anything else, I offered the extension of heaven to God in order to worship him. The twinkling of stars as deep genuflections. Sunlight to love it. But as I did that, I thought to myself, but the sky, the stars, the sun are not animate beings. They have no reason and can't do what I want. And my beloved Jesus, always kind, added. 4. My daughter, before making the creation, it was necessary for our will to want and decide it. When our will willed it, it converted into work what it wanted. So that in everything created, there is our will, who wants and who acts, and which always remains in the act of wanting and acting. So that by offering our supreme majesty the sky, the sun, etc., the creature does not offer not the material and superficial thing she sees, but the will and action of God's will that is found in every created thing. And if these things don't have the reason, there's in them a divine reason, a will and a work of God's will that animate all things. By offering them, the creature offers us the greatest act, the most holy will, the most beautiful works, not interrupted, but continuous, in what are found the deepest adorations, the most perfect love, the greatest glory that the creature can give us. By means of the will and action of our will throughout creation, the sky, the stars, the sun, and the wind say nothing. But my will and yours say we want to use them, and that is enough. I feel like I could swim in the immense abyss of the divine will. I am too small and I can only take a few small drops. The little I take remains with me, but inseparable from the supreme Fiat whose inseparable character I feel from all its actions. O divine will, you love so much the one who lives in you that you do not want or can do anything without the participation of the one who already lives in you. You say in the enthusiasm of your love, what I do, you must do too, you who live in me. It seems to me that you would not be unhappy if you could not say, I do what the creature does and it does what I do. My mind was lost in the divine will and I felt its bonds. Then my sweet Jesus repeated his little visit to my soul and said to me, little girl of my will, you must know that the inseparability of my will for the creature that lives in her is so great, that nothing she does in heaven and in creation is done without the participation of the one who lives in her. The body has the inseparability of its limbs. All the other members participate in what one of them does. Thus the creature who lives in my will becomes one of its members. Both feel their inseparability, what one does, the other does too. That is why my will rejoices in heaven and enchants the whole heavenly court by making known unheard of joys on earth to the creature who lives in his will. She develops her works. It sanctifies and strengthens his life, and she won as many conquests as deeds, heartbeats, words, thoughts and steps that the creature accomplishes in my will. In heaven, the blesseds participate in the works and conquests that my majesty will wins on earth in the souls who live in her. The blessed feel the inseparability of their actions and the happiness of my conquering will. This gives them new joys, the wonderful surprises that my conquering Fiat knows how to give to creatures. These are the conquests of a divine will. Thus the blessed who already live in her feel them as new seas of happiness. Heaven feels inseparable of the very breath of the creatures who live in my will on earth. By virtue of this will, creatures feel the inseparability of the joys and happinesses of heaven, and the peace of the saints. Firmness and confirmation in the good are converted into nature, the life of heaven flows in its limbs better than the blood in its veins. Everything is inseparable for the creature that lives in my will. Whether from the sky, the sun, or all of creation, nothing can separate from it. Everything seems to say to him, we are inseparable from you. The very sufferings I have endured on earth, my life, my works, all say to him, we are yours. They surround the creature, invest in it, occupy the position of honor and attach themselves to it inseparably. That is why the creature that lives in my will always feels small. For feeling his inseparability from the great and innumerable works of my love, my light, and my holiness. She is truly very small in the midst of all my works. But she is a wealthy little one, loved by all. She even manages to give heaven new beauties, conquests, and joys. Therefore, if you want to have everything, always live in my will and you will be the happiest of creatures. I am in the eternal waves of the divine Fiat. My poor mind feels its sweet enchantment, its power, and its operative virtue. Who make me do what he does? It seems to me that with his eye of light, he gives life to all things and that with his empire he reigns over everything. Nothing escapes him, not even a breath. He gives everything, he wants everything, but with so much love that it is incredible. And the most astounding thing is that he wants the creature to know what he is doing so that it is inseparable from himself and let him do all that the divine will itself does. I remained under the spell. If my sweet Jesus had not come to shake me by making his little visit to me, I would have stayed there God knows how long. But all goodness and love, he said to me. My good daughter, don't be surprised. Everything is possible for the one who lives in my will. There is a reciprocal love between God and the creature to such an extent that human smallness comes to want and do God's deeds. She loves them so much that she would give her life to defend, love and give all the glory, the first place of honor to only one of these divine acts. In exchange, God makes the creature's deeds his own. He finds in them himself, the passion of his love and the greatness of his holiness. Oh! How much he loves them! And in this reciprocal love, they love each other so much that they remain prisoners of each other, but of a voluntary imprisonment, which makes them inseparable. They are happy. God who feels loved and finds his place in the creature and she feels loved by God and occupies her place in the Supreme Being. There is no greater happiness for the creature than to be able to say that it is certain to be loved by God. There is no greater happiness for us than to be loved by the one we have created for the sole purpose of loving ourselves and fulfilling our will. The creature who lives in his Creator would like everyone to love and recognize him. By virtue of the divine Fiat that animates her, she wants to recall all the acts of creatures in God so that she can say to her, I give you everything and I love you. It unites to the thought of the divine will for every intelligence, to his gaze for each eye, to his word for each voice, to his beat for each heart, to his movement for each act, at his step for each foot. Is there one thing that the creature who lives in my will does not want to give me? She wants to give me everything. That is why she says to my will, I need to possess your love, your power, in order to have a love that can tell you I love you for all other creatures. Our will thus finds in it love and exchange of all the acts of creatures. Oh! My will, what power you give to the soul that lives in you! It is a labyrinth of love in which human smallness feels overwhelmed by love. And the soul feels the need to repeat its little chorus. I love you, I love you. To express the great love that my divine will gives him. Our life is a love story ab eterno. And it must be that of the soul that lives in our will. There must be an agreement between her and us to form one act and one love. My blessed daughter, I want you to know how much we love creatures and that we continually pour out our love on them. Our first act of happiness is to love and give love. If we do not give love, our Supreme Being is missing of breath, movement and food. Failing to give love and perform acts of love, we would stop the course of our divine life, which cannot be. This is what explains our finds and our ploys of love, which are innumerable, to love ceaselessly not only in words, but also in deeds. This is how we created the sun that gives everyone its light and warmth. It transforms the face of the earth to give the plants colors, scents and sweetness. There is nothing where the sun does not produce its effect. It brings the seed to maturity in order to nourish man and give him the pleasure of innumerable flavors. Our Supreme Being reserves for himself the noblest part of man, that is, the soul. We organize and shape its interior. Better than sunlight, we place the seed of thought in his intelligence, the seed of memory in his memory, the seed of our will in his, the seed of the word in his voice, the seed of movement in his works, the seed of our love in his heart, etc. If the creature is attentive to our work in the field of his soul. For we never remove our divine sun, who shines above her day and night, better than a tender mother for. Feed it, warm it, defend it, work with it, cover it and hide it in our love. Then we will have a magnificent harvest that will serve to feed it with us, to praise our infinite love, power and wisdom. But if the creature is not attentive to our action, our divine seed is suffocated. It does not produce the good it possesses, and the creature dwells on an empty stomach, without divine food, and we remain on an empty stomach of his love. How sad it is to sow without being able to harvest. But our love is such that we do not give up. We continue to illuminate and warm it just like the sun that does not get tired of giving its light. Even if he does not find plants or flowers where to throw the seed of his belongings. Oh! That benefits could give the sun. If he did not find so much barren, stony and abandoned land. In the same way, if we found more souls who would pay attention to us, we could give so many blessings that would transform creatures into saints and faithful images of their Creator on earth. But by living in our divine will the creature does not risk not to receive our daily seed and not to work with his Creator in the field of his soul. That's why I always want you in my Fiat. Don't think of anything else so that we have a beautiful harvest and we will have you and I plenty of food to give to others. And we will be happy with the same and unique happiness. I am still on my way in the divine Fiat. My little intelligence never stops. She always runs in order to follow, as far as possible, the incessant course of the acts that the divine will performs out of love for creatures. It is impossible for me to imagine not running in his love, when I know that he loves me and never ceases to love me. I feel in the labyrinth of his love. I love him effortlessly and I want to know his love to know how much he can love me even more. I am then surprised to see its immense sea of love while mine is barely a small drop out of this sea of love. It is good for me to stay in this sea of love and say to him, your love is mine and therefore we love each other with the same love. This calms me down and the divine will is happy. It is necessary to be bold and take his love, otherwise, we have nothing left to give but a love so tiny that it dies on the lips. I was saying this nonsense when my sweet Jesus, the beloved of my life, gave me a brief visit. He seemed to take pleasure in hearing me and he said to me, my little girl, the acts the spontaneous and unforced sacrifices that the creature makes for me are so pleasing to me that to take more pleasure I lock them in my heart. My satisfaction is such that I repeat that they are beautiful, that his love is sweet. I find in them my divine way, my spontaneous suffering, my love that always loves, without anyone forcing me or praying to me. You must know that one of the most beautiful characteristics of my divine will is to possess by nature and as legitimate property the virtue of spontaneity. Everything in her is spontaneity. If she loves, if she works, if by a single act she gives life and preserves all things, she does so effortlessly and without being prayed to by anyone. Its motto is, I want it and I do it. Because effort means necessity, and we have none. Effort means lack of power. We are all powerful by nature and everything depends on us. Our power can do all things in an instant, and undo everything the next moment if we want to. Effort means lack of love. Our love is so great that it is incredible. We have created everything without being asked by anyone or someone telling us. And in the redemption itself, no law compelled me to suffer so much and even to die. If not my law of love and the cooperative virtue of my divine spontaneity. So much so that the sufferings were first formed in me. I gave them life, to then invest them in creatures, who gave them back to me. And it was with this spontaneous love by which I had given them life that I received them from creatures. No one could have touched me if I hadn't wanted to. All beauty, goodness, holiness, greatness is in the work accomplished spontaneously. He who works and loves by force loses what is most beautiful. It is then a work and love without life and subject to change, while spontaneity produces firmness in the good. My daughter, the sign that the soul lives in my divine will is that she also loves, works, and suffers spontaneously without any effort. My will that is in it communicates to her her spontaneity. In order to have her with her in her running love, in her works that never stop. Otherwise, it would be an embarrassment for my will to have him in his breast of light, without the characteristic of its spontaneity. The creature then keeps its gaze fixed on my divine fiat. For she does not want to stay behind, but to run with him to love with his love and find herself in his works, in order to pay him back and praise his power and creative magnificence. Therefore, run, run always. And let your soul, without being forced to do so, always dive into my divine will in order to share its multitude of loving stratagems for creatures. I feel an irresistible force that never allows me to stop. It seems to me that everything created tells me all that my sweet Jesus did and suffered. It is for you and out of love for you that I have created everything. You don't want to. Nothing to put of you out of love for me. Nothing that comes from you in what I have done for you. I cried for you, I suffered and I died for you. And you don't want to put anything in my tears, in my sufferings and in my death? My whole being is looking for you and you don't want to look for all my things to invest them and enclose your I love you? I am all love and you don't want to be all love for me? I was confused and my poor mind followed the course of the acts performed by the divine will so that I could say, I too have put something of myself into your actions. Maybe it's a little I love you. But in my I love you, I put everything of myself. I continued my run when my sweet Jesus made me his little surprise visit. All goodness, he said to me. My blessed daughter. You must know that true love in the creature makes me forget everything and disposes me to concede that my will come to reign on earth. It's not that I'm losing my memory. It would be a defect and there cannot be one in me. This is because I experience such great pleasure in the true love of the creature. When all the particles of her being tell me that she loves me, this overflowing love invests me and runs through all my being and all my works. So he makes me feel his love everywhere and in all things. It is to enjoy the love of this creature that I put all things aside as if I forgot them. The creature disposes me to give him surprising things, whatever she wants, and to complete the kingdom of my will. True love possesses such power. May he call my will to become the life of the human being. You must know that when I extended the heavens and created the sun, in my omniscience I saw your love. Travel the sky. Invest the sunlight and form in all the things created a small place in order to love me. Oh! How happy I was, and my will since then ran to you and to those who would love me to be the life of this little place of love. So you see that my will went through the centuries to bring them together in a single point and in a single act. And that I found the little place of love where to put his life, in order to pursue her in all her majesty and divine decorum. I came to earth. But do you know in whom I found the small place to put my life? In the true love of the creature. Already I saw your love that crowned me, invested all my humanity and flowed in my blood, in all my particles, almost mixing with me. Everything was for me in action and as present. My tears found the little place to flow. My suffering and my life the refuge where to get safe. My death even found the resurrection in the true love of the creature, and my divine will found its kingdom to reign in. Therefore, if you want my divine will to come and reign and be the life of creatures, make sure that my divine will comes to reign and be the life of creatures. That I find your love everywhere and in all things, and that I always feel it. You will thus form the fire where to burn everything. By consuming everything that is not of my will, you will form the place where I can place my will. Then all my works will find their place, the refuge, where to continue the good and the active virtue that they possess. There will be an exchange. You will find your little place in me and in all my works. I will find it in you and in all your deeds. Also, always goes further in my divine will in order to form the stake of love, where you will consume yourself with all the obstacles that prevent him from reigning among creatures. I am always looking for the acts of the divine will. As she never has to do anything, it is wonderful to be able to tell my Creator that her divine Fiat loves me so much. May he extend the sky, create the sun, give life to the wind and to all things because he loves me. And his love is so great that he says to me with deeds and words, "It was for you that I did this. I made my turn in creation and the sun, the stars, the sun and everything seemed to come to me with their little chorus. It is for you that our Creator created us, because he loves you. Then come and love the one who loves you so much." I dispersed myself in the things created. My ever-kind Jesus came to meet me to tell me, "My little daughter of my divine will, our love in creation is so great, that if the creature wanted to pay attention to it, she would be overwhelmed by it and could do no other than love us. Listen to my daughter, how far our love for her has come. We brought creation into the world without endowing it with reason. Oh! If it had been granted to him, what glory would have brought us! An extended sky always in the same place, because such was our will. A sun that, immutable, faithfully administers our light, our love, our sweetness, our perfumes, and all our benefits, because this is what we want. A wind that blows and dominates in the infinite emptiness of the universe. A sea that whispers incessantly. If they had possessed reason, what glory would they not have given us? But no, our love cried louder than our glory and prevented us from endowing creation with reason. We said to ourselves, it is out of love for the creature that everything was created. It is to her that the reason belongs, so that she may come to heaven, to give us in return an unceasing love and perennial glory, for having extended the sky above his head, and to be able to hear in each star the cry of his unwavering love, so that it may come into the sun and, transforming itself into it, it pays us in return with a love of light, sweetness, and may she give us back the love that the sun gives her to administer our benefits. So we want the creature in all created things, so that it brings us, and it is a just right, what the whole creation would have given us, if it had possessed reason. If we have endowed the creature with reason, it is so that our will may dominate it and have its royal place in it as it has in creation, and so that, by unifying it with all the things created, she understands the love notes we address to her and she returns to us hers charged with permanent love and perennial glory. Since we never cease to love her, in word and deed, she is obligated to love ourselves and not to stay behind, but rather to come and meet us, putting his love in the same love notes as ours. In addition, since our love never wants to stop, he continually gives to the creature. He is satisfied only when he finds new love tricks, to tell him, I have constantly loved you, and an operative love. Indeed, our Fiat invested everything created with a distinct love, in which he put, for one, all his power, for the other his sweetness, his friendliness, or his love that delights, that holds back, that overcomes, so that the creature cannot resist us. We can say that our Fiat used in creation, an army whose weapons were love, some more powerful than the others, and had endowed the creature with reason, so that she may understand and receive these weapons of love through the things created. Being invested with these particular expedients of love, she would thus be able to tell us, not only with words but also with deeds, as we do, I love you with a powerful, gentle, kind love, to the point of feeling languishing, fainting, and needing your arms to support me. Tied against you, I feel that my love delights you, binds you to me and overcomes you. These are the same weapons of love that you have provided to me, that love you and that push us into the battle of love. My daughter, how much hidden love does creation possess? Since the creature does not rise in our will to come and live in it, although endowed with reason, it does not understand anything, and it deprives us of this just return that is due to us. In this case, what does he do with our love? He waits with invincible patience and perpetuates his cry. Who begs the creature to love him? Having sacrificed out of love for her, the endless glory that the whole creation would have given her, if he had endowed her with reason. Therefore, be attentive by living in our divine will, so that, by revealing our love to you, he gives you the weapons so that you love us through his own qualities. Oh, how happy I will be, and so will you. I always return to the heavenly legacy of the divine Fiat. Each of my actions seems to make me return to the arms of my heavenly Father. To do what? To receive a look, a kiss, a caress, a little word of love. One more knowledge about his supreme being in order to be able to love him better. Not just to receive, but also to give him the exchange of his paternal tenderness. In the divine will, God develops his fatherhood with a tender and indescribable love as if he himself was waiting for the creature to cradle it in his arms and say to it, know that I am your father and that you are my daughter. Oh, how much I love the crown of my children around me. I am happier when they surround me. I feel that I am a father and there is no greater happiness than to possess a large number of children who bear witness to the love of their father. And the creature who enters the divine will does nothing but to be a daughter to her father. But when she is outside the divine will, the rights of paternity and offspring cease. My mind was lost in a host of thoughts about the divine Fiat. Then my sovereign and heavenly Jesus, the darling of my life, took me in his arms with a love more than paternal, and he said to me, my daughter, if you could know with what impatience, with what sighs, I am still waiting and waiting to see you return in my will, you would come back more often. My love does not leave me rest until I see you jumping into my arms so that I may give you my love, my paternal tenderness, and receive yours. But do you know when you jump into my arms? When, as a child, you want to love me and you don't know how to do it. It is your I love you that makes you jump into my arms. And as you see that your I love you is very small, you boldly take my love to tell me a very great I love you, and I have the pleasure of having my daughter who loves me with my love. My delights are to exchange my actions with this creature in my will. For it is to my children that I give, and not to strangers to whom I should give with measure. But for my children, I let them take what they want. So whenever you think of sinking small acts into my will, your prayer, your sufferings, your I love you, your work, these are small visits that you make to your Father to ask Him something, and your Father can then answer you. Tell me what you want. And be sure that you will always get gifts and favors. Jesus remained silent, and I felt the extreme need to rest in His arms to console myself from His many privations. But I realized with surprise that my sweet Jesus had a brush in His hand, and that with admirable mastery He painted in my living soul the acts of the divine will performed in creation and redemption. He spoke again and added, "My will contains all things, inside and outside of itself. Where she reigns, she knows and cannot be without the life of her deeds. Because one can call His acts the arms, the step, the word of my will. That is why being in the creature without His works would be for my will like a broken life, which cannot be. Therefore, I do nothing but paint His works so that where there is life, His works become central. You see, therefore, in what divine abyss the creature who possesses my will in it is. She feels in herself her life with all her works centralized in her smallness, as far as it is possible for a creature. And apart from itself, the creature feels its infinity, which possesses the communicative force. And it seems to her to be in a heavy rain that rains on her. His works, His love, and the multiplicity of His divine goods. My divine will understands everything and wants to give everything to the creature. It means that it can say, I did not deny her anything, I gave everything to the one who lives in my will. My poor mind gets lost in the divine will, but to such an extent that I no longer know how to repeat what I understand or what I feel in this heavenly sojourn of the divine fiat. All I can say is that I feel the divine fatherhood, who is waiting for me in His arms, to tell me with all His love, we are between father and child. Come in my paternal tenderness and infinite sweetness. Allow me to be a father to you, for there is no greater pleasure for me than to be able to develop my fatherhood. Come without fear, come as a girl to give me the love and tenderness of a girl. When my will is one with yours, I receive fatherhood and you receive the right to be my daughter. Oh! Divine will, how admirable and powerful you are! Only you have the virtue of erasing distance and dissimilarity with Heavenly Father. It seems to me that to live in you is truly to feel the divine fatherhood and to feel like a daughter of the Supreme Being. A host of thoughts invaded my mind. My sweet Jesus made a brief visit to me to tell me, my blessed daughter, to live in my will is truly to acquire the right to be a girl. And God obtains the supremacy, the commandment, the right of the Father. Only He knows how to unite one and the other to form one life. You should know that the creature who lives in my divine will acquires 3 prerogatives. First, the right to divine life. Everything she does is life. If she loves, she feels the life of love that runs in the mind, the breath, the heart. She feels in all things the vital virtue that forms in her. Not an act subject to end, but the continuation of an act that forms life. When she prays, when she worships, when she makes reparations, she feels the incessant life of prayer, adoration, divine reparation. That is not interrupted. Each of the acts performed in my will is a vital act that the soul acquires. Everything is life in my will. And the soul acquires the life of the good it does in my will. The creature who lives in my will has life in his power, and she feels the continuation of the life of this act. Otherwise, it does not feel its continuation, and one cannot call life what does not continue. It is only in my will that these acts find the fullness of life. Because their beginning is the divine life, which has no end, which can therefore give life to all things. On the contrary, outside of my will, even the greatest works have an end. Oh! What a wonderful prerogative that my will alone is capable of giving to the soul who feels his actions being transformed into eternal divine life. The second prerogative is the right to property. But who can grant it? Who can own it? My will itself. For in it there is no poverty and everything is abundance. Abundance of holiness, light, graces, love. And as the creature possesses its life, it is right that these divine properties be his own. So much so that the creature feels himself master of holiness, mistress of light, grace, love, and all divine goods. Apart from my will, the creature can only give with measure and without granting property. What a difference between the two! This second prerogative gives birth to the third, the right of glory. There is nothing that the creature can do, small or large, natural or supernatural, who does not give him the right of glory. The right to glorify one's Creator in all things, even in the breath and in the heartbeat, glorified in the one from whom all glory comes. That is why you will find in my will a divine right over all things. For she loves to give up her divine rights to the creature she loves as her daughter. I am always in the arms of the divine will and in the intense bitterness of the privations of my sweet Jesus. More than a sea, it floods my poor soul. Its light is inaccessible and I can neither enclose it in my soul nor understand it. But she never leaves me. Overcoming the sea of my bitterness, she uses it as a victory over my poor human will. My blessed daughter, you must know that we have endowed the creature with reason, so that she can know good and evil in the acts she performs. If her act is good, she wins a new merit, a new grace, a new beauty and a greater union with his Creator. If it is evil, it receives suffering from it that makes it feel its weakness and the distance that separates it from the one who created it. Reason is the eye of the soul. The light that reaches the creature makes him see the beauty of his good works, the fruit of his sacrifices. When the creature does evil, reason knows how to tear it apart. Reason has this virtue that, if the creature acts well, it feels in the position of honor and mistress of herself. And because of the merit she acquires, she feels strong and at peace. If it does evil, the creature feels confused and enslaved to its own evils. When she performs good deeds in my divine will by virtue of the reason she possesses, we give her the merit of divine deeds. This merit is given to him according to his knowledge. If the human will wants to work in ours, it rises so much that it no longer remains in the depths of human deeds, although good, but it enters into the divine will, and she permeates her act like a sponge of his light, his holiness, and his love. So much so that his act disappears in ours, and that it is our divine act that reappears. And as the creature loses all human prestige in our divine will, it is believed that the creature itself does nothing, but this is not true. When my will works, it is by virtue of the thread of human will, which she has received in her hands and which forms its prestige and its conquests over the acts of the creature. Human reason abandons the rights it has received in homage to my will. That is more than just doing something, because God then receives the exchange of the most beautiful of the gifts he has given to the creature, that is, reason and will. The creature gives us with this all that it can give us. It recognizes us. She renounces herself. She loves us with a very pure love. Our love is such that we clothe it with ourselves. We give him our works in such a way that the creature can no longer do anything without our will. And our goodness is so great that even when the creature does good humanly, we give him human credit, because we never leave without reward a single act of the creature. It can be said that we keep our eyes fixed on her in order to see what we could give her. After which he remained silent. I continued to think about how this divine will always has its eye on us and loves us as long as it does not leave us for a single moment. Then my sweet Jesus spoke again. My daughter, my divine will is everything to the creature. Without my will, she could not live even a minute. All his actions, movements, and steps come to him from my will. The creature receives them without knowing where they come from or who gives him life. That's why a lot do not think of all that my will does for them and do not grant him the rights due to him. It is necessary to know that these rights of my divine will allow the creature who knows them to be able to make this exchange and to know who is the one who gives life to his deeds, which are nothing but statues animated by my divine will. And these rights are innumerable. Rights of creation, conservation, continuous animation. All that my divine will has created and that serves the well-being of man is a right. The sun, the air, the wind, the water, the earth, and all things were created by my will. They are all rights that she holds over man. In addition, my redemption, forgiveness after sin, my grace, the blessing of work, are even greater rights that my will has acquired over the creature. It can be said that the creature is shaped by my will, which is however unknown. What a pain not to be recognized! In order to have triumph, the life of my will in the creature, it is necessary that she knows what my will has done and continues to do out of love for creatures, and what are his just rights. When the creature knows this, she will be in good standing with my will. She will feel who forms her life, who gives her movement and makes her heart beat. By receiving from my will the life that forms her life, she will give him back tribute, love, and glory with this very life formed in it. And my will receive its rights. The creature will then return in the light bosom of my will all that belongs to her and that she has given with so much love to the creature. In short, my will feel born again in her arms, the one she created with so much love. Oh! If everyone could know the rights of my will! His ardent and constant love. He is so tall, better than a mother, she gives him life and day. Her jealousy of love is so great that she does not leave her for a moment. It invests it from all sides, inside and out. Although the creature does not know this and does not love it, my will continues with divine heroism to love him and to be the life and source of the creature's actions. Oh! My will, only you are able to love with heroic, strong, incredible, and infinite love the one you have created and which does not even recognize you. Human ingratitude, how great you are! It seemed to me to touch with my hand the great love of the divine Fiat and I. He said, how can one live in him? Perhaps by always intending to live in him? My kind Jesus added. My good daughter, there are no intentions in life in my divine will. Intentions serve when actions cannot be performed because the creature does not possess the virtue of giving life to all the good it wants to do. And this can only be outside of life in my will. I then give him the merit not of an act, but of a holy intention. But there is in my will the invigorating, active and operative virtue. So that in everything the creature wants to do, she finds the one who forms the life of her deeds. She feels the life-giving force that gives life to her actions and converts them into works. That is why everything changes in my will. Everything possesses life, love, prayers, adoration, the good that one wants to do. All virtues are full of life and therefore not subject to a purpose or change. The one who administers life to him and possesses life contains these acts in herself. To the creature who lives in it, I give credit for works animated by my will. The difference between the intention and the works is great. The intention symbolizes the poor, the sick who, unable to do what they would like, have the right intention to exercise charity, to do good and many other beautiful things. But their poverty, their infirmity prevent them from doing so. And they are like prisoners without being able to do the good they would like. On the contrary, action in my divine will symbolizes the rich who have wealth at their disposal, while the intention has no value. The creature who lives in my will can go wherever he wants to do charity, do good to all and help everyone. There is so much wealth in my will that the creature gets lost in her and can take with full hands everything she wants to help everyone. And in addition, without screams and noise, like a ray of light, she offers her help and withdraws. I always return to the endless sea of the divine will to take its drops that nourish, preserve, and grow its life that I feel in me. So that each of his truths is a heavenly and divine meal that Jesus gives me to nourish me. Every truth of the Supreme Fiat is a part of the sky that descends into me to surround me and to wait for me to perform my deeds to carry them into the heavenly fatherland. I was in his divine light. Then my beloved Jesus made his little visit to me again. He told me, my blessed daughter, heaven is always open for those who live in my will. She bends down and does with the creature what she is doing. They love, work, pray and repair together. My will loves so much these acts performed together, that she does not leave them in the depths of the earth. But may she bring them even into the heavenly abode to put him in their royal position, like conquests made in the lower world, which belongs to him as to his beloved creature. What is done in my will belongs to heaven. The earth is not worthy of owning him. How great are the security and happiness that the creature acquires in thinking that his deeds are all in the power of the divine Fiat, that they are in heaven as his property, not human, but divine, and that they await the one of which they want to form the court and crown of glory. Love, jealousy, and the identification of my will with these acts are so great that she does not even want to leave them in the creature, but she keeps them in herself, as part of his life and the creature, in order to enjoy it and have the pleasure of being loved, and as an advance of the glory she will give him in the heavenly fatherland. These acts performed in my will tell the story of love between the Creator and the creature. There is no greater pleasure than to hear stories. How much I liked! How much my love comes to excesses! To the point of lowering myself, to wanting to do with it what the creature does. Also, the creature tells me his love, that she received my act in herself, and that a reciprocal love is formed between the two and makes them happy. Oh! How beautiful it is to see that while the creature is still in exile, his actions are in heaven, like my conquests that I have made in the human will. They each take their own office. Some to love me as I know how to love, others to worship me with divine adoration, and still others form for me a celestial music to exalt me, praise me, and thank me for the great prodigy of the work of my will. Therefore, be attentive and let there be nothing where you do not call me, so that what you do is always animated by my divine will. I continued to think of the supreme Fiat. Thousands of thoughts invaded my mind when my kind Jesus added, "My daughter, the creature was created by us and just for us. It is therefore his sacrosanct duty that in each of her acts she calls the one who created her, to give him in this act the empire and the royal place that are due to him. The act of the creature thus receives honor, to possess the strength and light of a divine act. It is our will that this act of the creature should be filled with our divine being. If it is not, the creature denies us a right. She then puts us outside of her remaining actions. Human acts, without force and without divine light, in a darkness so dense that his intelligence struggles to take a few steps in these black shadows. It's the right return for the one which may have light, but does not turn on, who can access the force, but does not call it, and who, while using the act and the conservative and acting work of God, excludes him from that act. Now, we have decreed that no soul enters heaven unless it is filled to the brim with our will and love. It is enough, in fact, that she lacks a little bit, so that heaven does not open for her. This is the necessity of purgatory. 2. That it empties itself, through sorrows and fire, of all that is human, which is filled with desires, sighs, martyrdoms, pure love and divine will, to be able to enter the heavenly homeland, in order to fulfill the conditions for admission to the heavenly abode. On the other hand, if the creatures did all this on earth, calling our life in their actions, each of them would be a new glory and an additional beauty, being sealed by the work of the Creator. Oh! With how much love we receive and find these souls, who have given way to the divine act in theirs, because we recognize ourselves in them and them in us, from where there is such bliss on both sides, that the whole of heaven is amazed at what joys, glories and beatitudes the Supreme Entity pours out on these lucky creatures. Therefore, I always want you in my will and in my love, so that love burns everything that does not belong to me, and may my will, with its brush of light, form our act in yours. I felt swept away in the eternal waves of the divine will. I felt his continual movement like a whispering life. But what does his whisper say? She whispers love for all. She whispers and congratulates. She whispers and comforts. She whispers and gives light. It whispers and gives life to all creatures, it preserves them all and forms the act of each. She invests them and hides them in herself to give herself to each and receive everything. Oh! Power of the divine will! Oh! As I would like to possess you as the life of the soul, to live from you to know only you. But, oh! How far away you are! Too many things are necessary to come to live by the divine will. I thought this when my sweet Jesus, my dear life, surprised me and, all goodness, he said to me. My blessed daughter, tell me what you want. Do you want my will to reign and become your life? If you really want it, then everything is done. Because our love is so great and our desire so ardent, that the creature possesses our will to have his life in it. If the human will really wants it, our will fills the human will with our supreme will in order to form its life and live at the very center of the creature. You must know that the divine will and the human will are two spiritual powers. The divine will is immense and its power is unattainable. The power of the human will is small. But since both powers are spiritual, one can pour into the other to form a single life. All the power is in the will. This power is spiritual. It contains the space to be able to put in its will the good it wants, and also the evil. So that what the will wants, it will find in it. If she wants self-love, glory, love of pleasures and riches, she will find in her will the life of self-love, glory, pleasures and riches. If she wants to sin, sin too will form her life. More than that, if she wants the life of our will in hers, which is willed and commanded by us with so many sighs, if she really wants her, it will have the great good of possessing our will as life. If this were not so, the holiness of life in my will would be a difficult and almost impossible holiness. But I don't know how to teach difficult things or want impossible things. My usual way is rather to facilitate, as much as possible for the creature, the hardest things and the hardest sacrifices. And if necessary, I also put mine on it, so that the small power of his will may be sustained, helped, animated by my invincible power. I thus make easy the good of life in my will that the creature wants to possess. And my love is so great that to make it even easier, I whisper in the ear of his heart. If you really want this good, I will do it with you, I will not leave you alone. I will put at your disposal my grace, my strength, my light, and my holiness. We will be two to do the good you want to possess. It therefore does not take much to live from my will, and everything is in the will. If the creature has decided, and if she wants it firmly and with perseverance, she has already conquered mine and she has made it her own. Oh! How many things can contain the spiritual power that is the human will? He accumulates and loses nothing. It looks like sunlight. How many things does the sun not contain when we see only light and heat? And yet, the goods it contains are almost innumerable. We see him touching the earth and communicating admirable goods to him, however, we see only the light. This is the case with the human will. How many goods it can contain if it wants? It can have love, holiness, light, reparation, patience, all virtues, and also its creator himself. As it is a spiritual power, she possesses the virtue and the ability to have in her all that she wants. It not only has the power to possess the good she wants, but to transmute itself into the good it contains, so that the human will change in the nature of the good it wants. Although she doesn't do many of the things she really wants to do, those things remain in the will as if they were done. We see that when the opportunity arises to do the good she wanted, as she possesses life, it is with promptness, with love, and without hesitation, that she does this good that she has wanted to do for so long. Symbol of the sun that finds neither the seed nor the flower, does not give. Not the good to germinate the seed, nor the good to give their colors to the flowers. But as soon as he is given the opportunity to touch them with his light, as he possesses life, it immediately germinates the seed and gives their colors to the flowers. The human will possesses indelible characters. Everything she does and everything she wants to do. If the memory forgets, the will loses nothing. She has the deposit of all her deeds without losing anything. It can therefore be said that all man is in the will. If this will is holy, the most indifferent things are then also holy to him. If it is bad, good things can also be changed for him into evil deeds. Therefore, if you truly want the life of my divine will, it doesn't take much. Especially since in union with yours, there is mine who wants it with a power that can do all things. We will see by facts if in all things you act as the holder of a divine will. Also, be attentive, my daughter. May your flight always be continuous in the supreme Fiat. 1. I feel my little atom, or rather the nothing that I am, lost in the all of the divine will. Oh! How much I feel this all in the nothingness of the creature. Her life releases her acting power, her creative virtue that can do whatever she wants in this nothingness. We can say that this nothing is the game of the divine Fiat who by his reign seduces the creature, delights it, fills it, and nothing lets him do what he wants. The creature loses nothing of the good it receives. I thought that. Then my sweet Jesus made his little visit to me and said to me, too, my daughter, when the soul lives in my divine will, she abandons her rags. It empties itself of all things in order to be and remain this pure nothing, my will. Invests it. Fills it with the all. Dominates it and forms in it prodigies of holiness, grace, and beauty worthy of its creative power. Moreover, in this void of nothing, he generates his love and forms his divine life by making himself master of nothingness, to the point of making the creature master with the supreme Fiat. And as her reign comes from the all she possesses, she feels in her this dominant virtue and reigns over the divine will itself. So that they both reign in the greatest agreement with one love and one will. The human will feels its life in mine. She doesn't do anything without feeling that my act wants to work with her. My will that feels my life in the creature imposes itself on the nothing to make it work in the whole. So when the creature decided with a firm will to live in mine, my will begins to form his life in his, to develop his goodness, his power, his holiness, and the fullness of his love. Life is the manifestation of the will it possesses. It is the garment that covers it, the sound of his voice, the narrator of its wonders, its infinitude, and its power. That is why my divine will is not satisfied to have the creature that lives in her, the nothing in the whole. No, no, my will is satisfied when she encloses the whole in nothing to form her active and dominant life, and gives in nothing what she wants. Therefore, when I speak to you of my will, it is your Jesus who speaks to you because I am his life, his representative, the narrator of my Fiat who hides in me. That is why the greatest of wonders is to form my divine life in the nothing of the creature. Only my will has this virtue. For by possessing the creative force, he can create himself. He can create his life in whoever wants to receive him. When it possesses my life, the soul participates in my holiness, in my love. Oh! How beautiful it is to hear nothing say with the all, love and glory. And with the dominant force she feels, the soul spreads in divine acts and reigns with my will. There is no greater satisfaction for us than to feel nothing work and reign in our divine being. So make sure to always live in my will. Having resumed my turn in the divine will, arrived at the Immaculate Conception, my sweet Jesus asked me to stop there. He said to me, my daughter, I want you to penetrate deeper in the Immaculate Conception of my most holy Mother, in his wonders. How much she loved her Creator and how much out of love for us she loved creatures. From her conception the little queen began her life with the divine will, therefore with her Creator. She felt all the strength, immensity, and enthusiasm of divine love to the point of feeling lost and overwhelmed with love. So much so that she could do nothing but love the one who loved her so much. She felt loved to the point of putting her will back into her power to possess her life, what can be called the greatest love of God. The most heroic love. Love that alone can say, I can't give you anything more, I've given you everything. And little queen dedicated her life to loving him as she was loved. She did not waste a single moment without loving him and seeking to match her love. Nothing was hidden from our divine will, which possesses the omniscience of all things. She made present to this holy creature all human generations, every mistake they had committed and were going to commit. From the first moment of his conception, the celestial little, who knew no life other than that of the divine will, began to suffer divine suffering for every fault of the creature. So much so that she formed around each of these faults a sea of love and divine suffering. My will, who does not know how to do small things, formed in his beautiful soul seas of suffering and love for every fault and for every creature. That is why the Blessed Little Virgin was from the first moment of her life Queen of pain and love. Because our will, which can do all things, gave him this suffering and love. If my will had not sustained it with its power, she would be dead for every fault, and she would have consumed herself with love for every creature that was to exist. And our divinity began to have, by virtue of our will, a divine pain and a divine love for each creature. Oh! How satisfied and paid we feel for each other by virtue of this divine suffering and love. We feel an inclination towards each creature. Her love was so great that by becoming master of us, she made us love those she loved. So much so that the eternal Word, when this sublime creature has come into being, rushes to go in search of man and save him. Who can resist the acting power of our will in the creature? What can't she do and get when she wants to? Oh! If everyone could know the great good we are doing to human generations by giving them this heavenly Queen. It's her who will prepare the redemption, who conquered his Creator and who carried the eternal Word to the earth. Oh! All would then crowd around her maternal knees to implore from her this divine will of which she possesses life. I am in the arms of my adorable divine will, but immersed in the suffering of the deprivation of my blessed Jesus. The hours are centuries without him. What suffering, what continual death, without mercy or thanks. It is with justice that he punishes me because I have been so ungrateful and so uncooperative. But, my love, hide my miseries in your wounds. Cover me with your blood. United my sufferings to yours. For them to cry pity together, forgive this poor creature. But without you I am no longer able to endure any longer. I gave free rein to my suffering. Then my sweet Jesus, taken with compassion for my long martyrdom, made a whirlwind visit to me and said to me, "My blessed daughter, courage, be without worry. My divine will puts everything in your power. So you can say that my sufferings, my wounds, my blood, everything belongs to you. You don't even need to ask me. You can take them to use according to your needs. So much it is true that the one in whom my will reigns does not need laws. That she feels in herself her nature changed into divine law, and she feels the force of the law as the substance of her life. My law is a law of love, holiness, and order. Thus she feels in herself the nature of love, holiness, and order. Where my will reigns, his love is so great that he transforms into nature the goods that he wants to give to the creature so that it becomes the owner of it. No one can take them away from him. I myself am the guardian of the gifts in kind granted to this creature." My sweet Jesus kept silent. My mind was swimming in the sea of the divine will. Then speaking again he added, "My daughter, you must know that she who lives in my will puts everyone to work. My heavenly Father, seeing the creature in his divine will, surrounds it to form its image and resemblance. Especially since finding in it his will, he finds the matter which lends itself to receiving his work to form the very beautiful image that resembles him. Oh, what a satisfaction when he can produce his image and put the Heavenly Mother to work! For finding my divine will in the creature, she finds someone to keep her company and receive her motherhood as a girl. She finds someone to communicate her fertility, her actions performed in my will. She finds someone from whom she can make her model and her faithful copy. Oh! What satisfaction for this Heavenly Mother! To be able to give his diligent care, his maternal solicitudes, to be able to be a true mother and give her inheritance. And when the will is one between the mother and the daughter, she can make herself understood and share her graces, her love, her holiness in her work. She feels happy because she finds someone who woos her, who resembles him and lives with his same divine will. The creatures that live in my will are his favorite daughters, his darlings, his secretaries. It can be said that by virtue of my divine will, they possess a powerful magnet that attracts this heavenly mother so much that she cannot detach her gaze from them. And the great lady, in order to ensure their safety, surrounds them. Its virtues, its pains, of his love and of the very life of his son. But that's not all. When I see that the soul has set aside its will to live from mine, I set to work to train my members. My holy head feels the need to form holy members to rest and communicate his virtue to them. And who can form holy members for me, if not my will? That is why my operation is incessant for the one who lives in my will. It can be said that I watch inside and out, so that no one enters her to interrupt my work. And in order to train its members, I resume and I finish again my work to regenerate them. I come back to life to revive them. I cry, I suffer, I preach, I die. Always to communicate my vital and divine moods in its members, that they may be strengthened and deified, and made worthy of my most holy head. Oh! How happy I am to repeat and form through my work those who will repeat my life. But what would I not do and what would I not give to the one who lives in my will? My will locks me in the creature to make me work and to form with my creative hands worthy limbs when the soul receives my work. I feel happy and paid back for the work of creation and redemption. Angels and saints, seeing the Heavenly Father, the Sovereign Queen and their King at work in this creature, want to help us too. Surrounding the happy creature, they work in its defense. They drive out enemies. They free it from perils and they form walls of fortitude so that no one comes to bother him. So you see that she who lives in my divine will put everyone to work and that everyone takes care of her. I felt abandoned in the arms of the divine will and my mind was flooded with fears and apprehension. I offered them to my sweet Jesus so that he might can invest them with his fiat and change them for me in peace and love. Jesus made a small visit to me and, all goodness, he said to me, my blessed daughter, although it may be holy, fear is always a human virtue. It breaks the flight of love. It gives rise to fear and difficulty by making people look left and right and the creature comes to fear the one who loves him so much. Fear makes us lose the sweet enchantment of the trust that makes the creature live in the arms of his Jesus. If her fear is too great, she loses Jesus and lives alone. On the contrary, love is a divine virtue whose fire contains the purifying virtue to cleanse the soul of any stain, to unite her and transform her into her Jesus. Love gives the soul a trust that delights Jesus. The sweet enchantment of trust is such that they delight each other and that one cannot be without the other. And if it looks, the soul sees only the one who loves it so much so that his being becomes locked in love. Love is the inseparable child of the divine will. Thus he gives the first place to my divine will. It extends into all the acts of the human and spiritual creature. Ennobles all things. Human acts remain in the form and with the matter from which they were formed. They do not undergo external change. Any change remains in the depth of the human will. Everything she does remains, even the most indifferent things, to change into divine things and confirmed by the divine will. The work of my will is incessant and concerns all that the creature does. She extends her stay of peace. Like a true mother, she enriches her dear daughter with divine conquests. Therefore, discard all fear. In my will, fear, or distrust have no right to existence. These are not things that belong to us. And you must live only of love and my will. You must know that one of the purest joys the creature can give me is to trust me. She is then for me a girl. And I do for her what I want. I can say that trust in me makes known who I am. I am the immense being, my goodness has no end. My mercy is limitless. When I find more confidence, I love creatures with even more abundance. After which I continued my surrender into the divine will by praying to him to pour into my little soul and to be reborn in the divine fiat. Oh! How I would like to be a unique act of divine will. My sweet Jesus spoke again and said to me, "My daughter, you must know that all things created and all that I have done and suffered in the redemption pursues the creature in order to tell him, we bring you the love of your Creator to receive yours. We are the messengers who descend into the baseness of the earth to ascend and bring as in triumph your little love to our Creator. But do you know the great good that comes to you? You remain confirmed in love and in His works, in His life, in His sufferings, in His tears and in all things. So that, my daughter, you find yourself in all our works. Our will carries you everywhere and we are confirmed in you. There is an exchange of acts and life. The creature in the Creator and the Creator in the creature who repeats divine acts. I could not grant a greater grace. Nor could the creature receive one that is superior to him. This confirmation in our works reproduces in it all our possessions. Our holiness, goodness, love, and attributes are transmitted in the creature. We contemplate it delighted and in our excess of love we say, admirable, holy, perfect is our being in our immensity, light, power, wisdom, love, and endless goodness. But how beautiful it is to see in the creature this immensity of our attributes. Oh! How she glorifies us and how she loves us. She seems to be telling us, I am small and it is not given to me to contain in me all your immensity. But what you are, so am I. The divine will has locked you in me. I love you with your love. I glorify you with your light. I adore you with your holiness. And I give you all things because I possess my Creator. What can my divine will do in the creature when it allows itself to be dominated by it? She can do anything. Therefore, be attentive if you want to have and give everything. I am in the arms of my kind Jesus, who surrounds me so much with His divine will that I would not know how to live without Him. I feel Him in me dominating me from His sweet empire. And, with indescribable love, He makes the life of my thought, my heart, and my breath. And He thinks, pulsates, breathes with me. He seems to be telling me, how happy I am that you feel that I am life. Of your thought. Of your heart and of all that you are. You feel me in you and I feel you in me. We are both happy to be one and two. It is my will that the creature feels. She knows that I am with her. I look at all His actions. And I do them with her. To give Him the likeness of my life and my divine acts. How much I suffer when creatures put me aside and do not recognize my empire, while it is really me who forms their lives. After which I said to myself, it seems impossible to me that the kingdom of the divine will could come. How can it come if evils abound in such horrific ways? And my sweet Jesus, dissatisfied, said to me, my blessed daughter, if you doubt it, it is that you do not believe in my power which has no limits, and that you do not recognize that I can do all things whenever I want. You need to know that by creating man we have put in him our life and that it was our residence. Now, if we do not put this life that is ours in safety, with its decorum, its empire, and all its triumph, by doing, know that we are in this residence and that she feels honored to be dominated and inhabited by a God. If we do not do this, then it is that our power is limited, that it is not infinite. He who does not have the power to save himself is even less able to save others. But the true good, the power that has no limits, begins by putting oneself in safety and then flows into others. Coming to earth to suffer and die. I came to put the man in safety, he who is my residence. Doesn't it seem strange to you that by putting his residence in safety, the owner would have neither the rights nor the power to put himself in safety? Ah! No, no, my daughter, that would be absurd and contrary to the order of our infinite wisdom. The redemption and the kingdom of my will are one, inseparable from each other. I came to earth to form the redemption of man and to form at the same time the kingdom of my will in order to save myself, to regain my rights which are due to me with justice as creator. And in the redemption, I submitted myself a large number of humiliations, to unheard of suffering and even to be crucified. I suffered everything in order to secure my residence and to restore to her all the sumptuousness, the beauty, the magnificence with which I had formed her, so that she may again be worthy of me. Now, when everything seemed to be over and my enemies thought they had taken my life, my boundless power has reminded my humanity of life. In being resurrected, everything was resurrected with me. The creatures, my sufferings, the goods I had acquired for them. Just as humanity triumphed over death, my will was resurrected and triumphed in creatures, waiting for his kingdom. If my humanity had not been resurrected, if it had not had this power, the redemption would have failed and it might have been doubtful that it was God's work. It was my resurrection that made known who I was. I put the seal on all the goods I have come to bring to earth. Thus my divine will be the double seal. The transmission in the creatures of his kingdom that my humanity possessed. Since I have formed this kingdom of my divine will in my humanity, why should you doubt that I will give it? It will be at most a matter of time. Time is for us only a single point. Our power will do wonders. It will give man new graces, a new love, a new light. Our residences will recognize us. It is spontaneously that they will give us our kingdom. Our life will be safe with its full rights in the creature. You will see in time what my power knows how to do and can do. She knows how to conquer all things and bring down the most stubborn rebels. Who then can resist my power only with one breath? I don't shoot it, destroy it, and redo all things according to what I like the most. Therefore, pray and let your call be continual. Let the kingdom come from your Fiat and may your will be done on earth as in heaven. My poor spirit continues to soar into the endless light of the divine will. There is nothing in heaven or on earth that does not owe him his birth. All things and all creatures say this to the one who generated them. They never tire of telling its eternal origin, his unattainable holiness, his love that always generates, his Fiat that always speaks. He speaks to the mind and he speaks to the heart with voices that articulate, groan, beg, regulate, with a sweetness capable of moving the most obstinate hearts. My God, what power in your will! Oh! That I always live from him. I thought that. Then my sweet Jesus made his little visit to me and said to me with indescribable kindness, my daughter, my will. My will. She is everything, she does everything, she gives to all. Who can say that he has not received everything from my will? You must know that the creature is holy only to the extent that it is in order and in relation to my will. The more she is united with her, the more she is in union with God. Its value and merits are measured by the relationship it has had with my will. The foundation, base, substance, and origin of goods in the creature depend on the number of acts she has performed in my will and of the knowledge she has of it. So much so that if she brought my will into all her deeds, she can say, everything is holy, pure and divine in me. And we can give him everything, put everything in his power, even our life. On the other hand, if she has done nothing in my will and knows nothing about it, we have nothing to give her because she deserves nothing. For it lacks the seed to generate the good that belongs to us. Therefore, she does not receive the right to Heavenly Father's salary. If she has not worked in our field, we can say, I don't know you. Therefore, if in all things, or at least partially, she has done nothing in my will, heaven will be closed to the creature. She has no right to enter the heavenly homeland. That's why we insist so much. For the creature to do our will and that it be known. For we want to populate the heavens of our beloved children. As everything came out of us, we want everything to come back into our divine womb. After which I continued to think about the divine will. I prayed that with her omnipotence that can do all things, she could conquer all obstacles and to make his kingdom come, and that his will can reign on earth as in heaven. I thought this when my sweet Jesus presented to my mind many mortal and horrifying things that would shake the hardest hearts and bring down the most stubborn. It was nothing but fear and terror. I was so distressed that I thought I would die, and I prayed that he would spare us all these scourges. My beloved Jesus, as if he had mercy on my affliction, said to me, "Courage, my daughter, everything will serve the triumph of my will. If I strike, it is because I want to restore health. My love is so great that if I cannot conquer by the way of love and graces, I seek to conquer by fear and terror. Human weakness is so great that it often does not pay attention to my graces. She is deaf to my voices, she laughs at my love. But it is enough to touch his skin, to take away the things necessary for his natural life, to bring down his arrogance. She feels so humiliated that she becomes like a rag, and I can do with her whatever I want. Especially if his will is not treacherous and obstinate. All it takes is a punishment, let her see herself at the edge of the tomb, and she returns to my arms. You must know that I always love my children, my beloved creatures. I would give my bowels so that they would not be struck, so that in these mortal times to come, I put them in the hands of my heavenly mother. I entrusted them to her so that she could put them safely under her coat. I will give her all the ones she wants. And death itself will be powerless on those who will be in my mother's custody." While he was saying this, my sweet Jesus made me see that the sovereign queen was coming down from heaven. With an indescribable majesty, a maternal tenderness, and traveled all nations to score his dear children and those who should not be affected by the scourges. The creatures that my heavenly mother had marked, the plagues did not have the power to touch them. My sweet Jesus gave his mother the right to safety all those he pleased. How moving it was to see the heavenly Empress travel through all the parts of the world that she took in her motherly hands. She gathered them against her breast, hid them under her coat so that no evil could touch those whom her maternal kindness placed under her protection, guarded and defended. Oh! If everyone could see with what love and tenderness the heavenly queen performed this office, all would weep with consolation and love the one who loves us so much. I was doing my round in the acts of the divine will, and my sweet Jesus was raining down on me a rain of acts of love. As the sun turned in the sky, in the wind, and in all other things created, a rain of acts of love fell upon me. To be loved by God is the greatest happiness. It is the most beautiful glory that can be in heaven and on earth, and I also felt the extreme need to love him. Oh! How I would like to be Jesus himself, to rain down on him my rain of love. But alas, I felt the great distance. For the works in him are real while in my smallness. I had to use his works to tell him that I loved him. So that my love was reduced to a desire. I was unhappy because I didn't love him as he could love me. I thought that. Then Jesus, my greatest good, with indescribable love and goodness, said to me, "My blessed daughter, do not be unhappy. Don't you know that I have power to compensate for everything and to make me loved by the love of the creature? When it comes to love, I never make the creature unhappy. Because love is one of my passions. But do you know what I do to make the one who loves me happy? I split myself to take place in each thing created. And I make love reign. Then I take my place in the creature. I give him the virtue of raining his love on me. I make the love I give him his own. It is with justice that she can give him to me as if it were her own. I have the satisfaction that she loves me as I loved her. Although I know that this love is mine, it does not matter to me. For I am not stingy. But what matters to me is that the creature wants to love me as I love him, and that she would like to be able to do for me what I have done for her. This is enough for me, and I am happy to be able to say to him, 'You loved me as I loved you.' Plus, you need to know that I have created an entire universe to give to the creature, and that I have remained in everything created to bring down upon it a rain of love. If the creature recognizes in this gift the great love that his Creator has for him, then the gift belongs to her, the rain of our love is for her. That is why when she gives them back to us with all her love, we feel loved in the same way, and we give him this gift again, so that there may be between us a continual exchange of love. If you could know how happy I am and how much my love is touched, feeling that you are repeating that you love me, that you love me in everything created, that you love me in my conception, in my birth, in each of my tears of my childhood. I feel the life of your love in every suffering, in every drop of blood. In order to give it back to you, in everything I have done in my life here on earth, I form a shower of love for you. Oh! If you could see how much love I pour out on you. There are so many that in the enthusiasm of my love I embrace it in you. I am so happy to see that you feel my embraces and my embraces. Kisses. I am waiting for yours in order to be paid back for such love. I continued my abandonment in the supreme will, traversing the expanse of heaven that serves floor and stool to the heavenly fatherland, and from vault to travelers from below. This azure vault seemed to me to play a double office. It served as a sumptuous floor for those who inhabited it and as a royal vault for the travelers of this world, uniting one and the other so that it could be the will and love of all. Therefore, prostrating myself with heaven, I called those above and those of the earth to worship my Creator by prostrating us all together. That it be the adoration, love, and will of all. I was doing that. Then my sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, the first duty of the creature is to worship the one who created it. And the first act that represents holiness is duty. Duty calls for order. And the order gives birth to the most beautiful of harmonies between the Creator and the creature. Harmony of will. Harmony of love, attitude, and imitation. Duty is the essence of holiness. All created things possess in their nature the imprint of true worship. Thus the creature that unites with created things can render the most perfect worship to the one who created it. Every created thing sends deep worship to the one who created it. The creature united to the things created, by virtue of our will, puts them all in adoration. Thus it renders to God the duty of each one rising above all. It brings them to us and it comes to throb in our heartbeat and breathe in our breath. Oh! How sweet and pleasant are this breathing and pulsations in ours. So, to give them back to Him, we throb in His heart and breathe in His breath. As life, extent, and growth of our Supreme Being in it. And now the duty of worship gives rise to the first duty of the creature's act, to give life to his Creator in his own soul. It grants him reign, freedom, to form himself, to throb and to breathe, to fill it with love, in order to be able to say with facts, "This creature is the bearer of its Creator, she lets me do what I want. This is so true that I possess his heartbeat. All that is hers is mine and all that is mine is mine. I occupy the position of love in her and she occupies the position of honor in me. So much so that heaven and earth give each other the kiss of peace and permanent union." I was doing my round in the divine will. I stopped in all that my heavenly mother had done in the divine will. The divine Fiat was splitting, multiplying, to form an enchantment of beauty, grace, and works. Who left not only heaven and earth stunned, but God Himself. Seeing Himself closed in the sovereign Queen and working divinely in her as in Himself. Oh! How I wish I could have given my God myself all the glory that the Sovereign Lady gave Him by all her deeds. That the human will had fulfilled in the sanctuary, in secret, under the veils of the Immaculate Lady. I thought this when my great good, Jesus, surprised me with a brief visit. He said to me, "My little daughter of my divine will, there is no prodigy, kindness, love, or magnanimity on our part comparable to our descent into the depths of the human will to work in God that we are, as if we were working in ourselves. That is why our infinite wisdom, in an excess of love for the creature, gave him his little free will. By giving her this free will, we have put ourselves at her disposal, if she wants to. That we descend into his smallness and baseness and let our will do in it what it can do in our Supreme Being. This gift of free will to the creature was the greatest prodigy, an unparalleled love. We have submitted to it, as if we wanted to depend on the creature for the good and the work we wanted to do in her. It is an unsurpassable mark of love, that to leave to this will its free will so that the creature can tell us, "You have come to my house and I have to come to yours. That is why you do what you want in me. And you let me do what I want in you." This is the agreement we have made between the creature and us. By giving him free will, the creature could tell us that it was giving us something that she had in her power. Isn't this magnanimity, a love which surpass everything and that only our Supreme Being could and wanted to grant? But that's not all. Our love contemplated with pleasure this free will of the creature. He formed many centers where he could duplicate himself, to form kingdoms where we manifest ourselves in our divine works, multiplying them to infinity without restriction and without limits, working divinely in these centers as if we were in ourselves. Even more, it is in small human wills that our love manifested itself the most. His power was greater there, because it is more difficult to restrict our immensity in the small circle of human wills. It is almost putting a limit on our power that to lower ourselves into the depths of human will and to feel in the creature because we wanted it to work with us, as if it adapted to us, and we had to adapt to it. Our love is so great that it also adapted to his human ways. It gave us more to do. Our love loves to access this human will that allows it to reign freely. On the other hand, when we work outside the human circle, who knows what we can do? We have an immensity that can achieve all things, a power without limits that can do everything. As we are capable of everything, we don't work by doing the greatest works. We just have to want it and in an instant we do everything. But when we want to work in the creature, almost as if we needed her, we must seduce her. We must tell her all the good we want for her and what we want to do. We do not want a forced will. Therefore, we want her to know and spontaneously open the doors to us, feeling honored by our work in its will. It is in these conditions that our love has placed us in the creation of man. He loved her so much that he came to give her free will, so that he can say, "I can give to my Creator." That is why the glory and happiness that the creature gives me when it lets me work in its will is so great that no one can understand it. It is our own glory and honor that she gives us. Our life runs in all its actions and our love can say, "I give God to God." This is the highest point the creature can reach. This is the most excessive love that a god can come of. Oh! If creatures could understand love, the great gift we gave them by giving them a free will. This gift lifted them above the sky, the sun, the entire universe. I can do anything I want with them without asking anything of them. But with the creature, I lower myself, I ask him with love for a small place in his will to work there and do some good. But alas! Many refuse it to me and render my will inoperative in the human will. My sorrow is infinite in the face of such ingratitude. Now, which one would you admire the most between? A king who works in a palace where he reigns and commands everyone, does good to all, a palace where all do what this king wants? Or a king who descends into the depths of a slum and does what he would do in his palace? Is it not more admirable, is it not a greater sacrifice, a greater intensity of love to work as a king in a small slum than in a palace? In the palace, all things lend themselves to letting him work as king. On the other hand, in the slum, the king must adapt and strive to do everything he would do in his palace. That is where we are. Working in the palace of our divinity, doing great things, this is in our nature. But to do these things in the slum of human will, it is incredible. This is the excess of our great love. It seems to me that I cannot find rest without abandoning myself in the arms of the divine will that plunges me into its endless sea where I see all that she has done out of love for creatures. I stop sometimes at one point and sometimes at another of his multiple works to admire them, love them, kiss them. I thank her for so much magnificence and so many acts of love towards us poor creatures. On my journey, I found myself with surprise in front of the great lady, our Queen and our Mother, the most beautiful work of the Sacrosanct Trinity. I remained to contemplate it, but I could not find words to say what I understood. My kind Jesus, with indescribable sweetness and love, said to me, "My daughter, how beautiful my mom is! His empire extends everywhere, his beauty delights and chains everyone. Every being bows to venerate her. The divine will did it this way for me, it made it inseparable from me. There is not a single act that the sovereign queen has not performed without me. The power of this divine fiat pronounced by me and by her. This fiat that designed me in its virginal bosom by giving life to my humanity, this fiat is always the same. And in all my works, my mother's divine fiat possessed the right of my divine fiat to do what I was doing. You must know that when I instituted the sacrament of the Eucharist, his divine fiat was present with mine. It is together that we have pronounced the fiat of the transubstantiation of bread and wine into my body, blood, soul, and divinity. Since I wanted his fiat in the conception, I also wanted him in this solemn act that marked the beginning of my sacramental life. Who would have had the heart to keep my mom away from an act that testified to an excess of love so exuberant that it is incredible? Not only was she with me, but I made her queen of love of my sacramental life. With the love of a true mother, she offered me her womb again to defend myself and find reparation against the horrible ingratitudes and enormous sacrileges that I was unfortunately going to receive in this sacrament of love. My daughter, that is my purpose. I want my will to be the life of the creature. To have it with me. So that she may love with my love, work in my works. In short, I want his company in my actions. I don't want to be alone. If this were not so, what would be the point of calling the creature into my will if I were to remain the isolated God? And she remains alone without taking part in our divine works? And not only in the institution of the most blessed sacrament, but in all the acts that I have performed throughout the course of my life, by virtue of this unique will that animated us, which I have done, my mother has done it too. If I worked miracles, she was with me to perform the prodigy. I felt in the power of my will the sovereign Lady of Heaven, who with me brought the dead back to life. If I suffered, she suffered with me. I had his company in all things. His works and my works merged together. This is the very great honor that my fiat gave him. The inseparability of with his Son. Unity with his works. The Virgin was the greatest glory that testified to me. So much so that she received the deposit of my works accomplished in her maternal heart to jealously guard even the breath. This unity of will and works ignited such love between us that it was enough to set fire to the entire universe and to consume him with pure love. Jesus kept silent and I remained in the seas of the heavenly sovereign Lady. Who can say what I understood? My greatest good Jesus spoke again. My daughter, how beautiful my mom is! His Majesty enchants. Even heaven bows to his holiness. His Majesty enchants. Even heaven bows to his holiness. Its riches are endless and incalculable. No one can claim to be like him. She is therefore Lady, Mother, and Queen. But do you know what its riches are? The souls. Each is more valuable than an entire world. None enters heaven except through her and by virtue of her motherhood and suffering. So that each soul is its property. And that we can in truth give her the name of true Lady. So you see how rich she is. Its riches are special. They are full of talking lives, lovers, who celebrate the heavenly Lady. It is the mother of countless children. The Queen who will have her people in the kingdom of the divine will. His children and this people will form his most radiant crown. Some like a sun. Others as stars that will crown his august head with a beauty suitable to delight the whole sky. This is how the children of the kingdom of my divine will be those who will pay him the honors due to a queen and will turn into sons that will form for her the most beautiful crown. Oh, if one could understand what it means to live in my will, how many divine secrets would be revealed. How many discoveries about their Creator. That's why you must prefer to die, rather than not living in my divine will. My spirit always returns to the endless sea of the divine will, who whispers smiling with love to the creature and wants his smiles of love. He does not want the creature to stay behind and not reciprocate. It is almost impossible not to do what my divine will does when we live in it. But, how to express what the creature feels in this divine ocean? In contact with his pure kisses and chaste effusions that infuse him with heavenly peace, divine life, and such firmness. To be able to defeat God himself? Oh! How I would like everyone to come and live in this sea! Because for sure, they would never get out of it again. While all this was trotting in my mind, I thought. But who will be able to see it, and when will this realm of the divine Fiat come? Oh! How difficult it seems! Coming to pay me his little visit, my dear Jesus said to me, "My daughter, yet he will come. Your measure is human. It is that of the sad times of the present generations. Therefore it seems difficult to you. But the measures of the Supreme Being are divine, and so long that what seems impossible to the human being is easy for us. It will be enough for us to raise an impetuous wind, which will purify the unhealthy air of human will, and which will take away all the sad things of these times. He will make a pile of it that he will scatter like dust carried away by an impetuous wind. Our wind will be so strong that it will not be easy to resist it. Especially since its waves will be filled with graces, light and love. That will overwhelm human generations. And they will feel transformed. How many times has a storm ravaged an entire city, transporting people, trees, land, and water to great distances without anything being able to oppose it? What then to say about a divine wind, willed and decreed by us with our creative force? And then there is the Queen of Heaven, who continually prays with her empire for the kingdom of the divine will to come to earth. When did we ever deny him anything? His prayers are impetuous winds for us that we cannot resist. And the very strength it possesses of our will is for us an empire, a commandment. She has every right to ask that what she possesses in heaven come to earth. She can therefore give what belongs to her, especially since this kingdom will be called the kingdom of the heavenly Empress. She will be like a queen in the midst of her children on earth. It will put at their disposal seas of grace, holiness, power. She will put all the enemies on the run. She will raise her children in her womb. She will hide them in her light, covering them with his love, feeding them with his own hands with the food of the divine will. What won't she do, this mother and queen in the middle of his kingdom, his children, and his people? It will grant incredible graces, surprises never seen before, miracles that will shake heaven and earth. We will leave the field open to her, because she will form for us the kingdom of our will on earth. She will be the guide, the real model. And the kingdom of the heavenly sovereign queen will be pure. Therefore, pray with her too. And, in its time, you will get what you ask for. I am in the arms of the divine will, but with a nail in my heart because of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. I wait and I still wait, and this expectation is the suffering that tortures me the most. The hours seem to me centuries, the days are endless. And if ever the doubt came to mind that my dear life, my sweet Jesus, would no longer come, oh! So I don't know what would happen to me. I want to get out of myself, out of the divine will itself, who keeps me imprisoned on this earth, and fly me with delight to heaven. But even that I can't do, because its chains are so strong that they can't break, and I feel even more securely attached. So much so that as soon as I think about it, I end up with an even more intense abandonment in the supreme Fiat. But I was delusional, unable to endure my suffering any longer. Then my ever-kind Jesus returned to his little girl. He was seen with a wound in the heart from which came blood and flames, as if he wanted to cover all souls with his blood and burn them with his love. All goodness, he said to me. My daughter, courage, your Jesus also suffers. The most painful sufferings that creatures give me are the intimate sufferings that make me shed blood and flames. But my greatest suffering is the continual expectation. My eyes are always fixed on souls. When I see that a creature has fallen into sin, I am still waiting and waiting for her return to my heart to forgive her. Not seeing her coming, I am waiting for her with forgiveness in my hands. This expectation is for me a renewed suffering and form in me a torment that brings forth the blood and flames of my pierced heart. Hours and days seem like years to me. Oh! How hard to expect! My love for the creature is so great that when I gave birth to it, I established how many acts of love she had to do for me. How many prayers. How many good works she had to do. This is to allow me to always love him. Grant him graces, help to do good. But creatures use this to form the sufferings of waiting. Oh! How many anticipations from one act of love to another, even if they do it for me. How slow to do good, to pray, even if they do. And I'm waiting and I'm still waiting. I feel the impatience of my love that makes me delirious, languish, and form for me sufferings so intimate that I would die if I could die. I would have died as often as I have not been loved by creatures. Moreover, there is my long wait in the sacrament of my love. I wait for all the creatures there. I come to count the minutes and I wait for many of them in vain. Others come with icy coldness, as if to put me at the height of this harsh martyrdom of my expectation. Few are the ones waiting for me too. And it is only in them that I feel encouraged. I feel repatriated in their hearts. I give free rein to my love and I find reparation for the harsh martyrdom of my continual expectation. Some seem to believe that this suffering is nothing, but it is it that constitutes the hardest martyrdom. And you can tell how much it costs you to have to wait for me. To the point that if I did not come to put an end to this wait by coming to support you, you couldn't go on. And there is another even more painful expectation, and that is the waiting, the long desire, the long impatience of the kingdom of my divine will. I have been waiting for the creature for almost 6,000 years. I love her so much that I want to see her happy. But for this we must live in a will one. For every act opposed to my will is a nail that pierces me. And do you know why? Because this act makes the creature more unhappy and less like me. Seeing me in the immense sea of my happiness while my children are unhappy, oh! How much I suffer! And while I am still waiting and waiting, I surround them. I fill them with graces, with light, to allow them to run, to have life and one will with me. It will change their fate. We will have goods in common, endless happiness. Other sufferings give me some respite. But the suffering of waiting never stops. She always keeps me awake. She makes me use the most excessive inventions of love to the point of astonishing heaven and earth. She makes me pray to the creature, beg her not to make me wait any longer. That I can no longer bear it. That this weight of expectation is too heavy for me. My daughter, always unite with me to await the kingdom of my will. And unite yourselves to all the anticipations that creatures make me suffer. So we will be at least two. And your company will give a respite from such harsh suffering. I followed the acts of the divine will which transported me into an endless sea of light in which the divine will made me present with what love God had loved the creature. And this love was so great that if the creature could understand it, his heart would burst with pure love, unable to resist before it. Enthusiasm, stratagems. The fines, the finesse of this love of God. Being too small, these flames devoured me. My beloved Jesus visited my little soul to support me. He said to me, "My blessed daughter, listen to me, let me relieve my love. You must know that the creature has always been with us in our divine spirit. She has always held her position within her Creator. From eternity every act, every thought, word, work, and not of the creature was marked by our special love. So that in each of his deeds is the chain of our acts of love that envelopes the thought, the word, etc., of the creature. And this love gives life. He feeds the repetitions of all his acts. Oh! How beautiful the creature in our divine spirit is! For it is formed by the continual breath of our love. A willed, unforced love. A love not of necessity, but coming from the generative virtue of our Supreme Being who always generates and places His continual love on His works, by virtue of our omnipotent Fiat. If my Fiat could not generate new works and maintain its continual act of love, it would feel suffocated in its flames and paralyzed in its continual movement. We want the creature to come out of our divine womb. And we make him make his way in time. Our love does not cease to follow, to invest, to court all his acts of his special love. If he were to miss this love, the creature would not have the engine, the generative and invigorating force of the human being. Oh! If the creatures knew that in each of their thoughts, in every word and in every work, in their breath and in their pulsations, there is a love distinct from their Creator, oh! How much they would love us! And they would cease to desecrate by unworthy acts such a great love. You see, therefore, how much I love you and how much your Jesus knows how to love. Also, learn from me to love me. This is the prerogative of our love. To always love what has come out of us. To bring out of our love all the acts of the creature. Jesus kept silent and I remained to think of the excesses of divine love. Then my beloved Jesus added, "My daughter, listen to me again. Our love is so great that in everything we do we call all creatures to give each one the good of the work we do. Our work would not be divine if our actions did not have the virtue of being able to give the good they contain. That is why you feel that my conception in the womb of a virgin was the greatest work in the history of the world. Because our Fiat wanted to incarnate of its own free will. Not because men deserved it or for our personal need. The only one who needed it was our love. It is for this reason that it was such an immense act. Which contained, embraced all with such love, to appear so incredible, that heaven and earth are still amazed today. All having been penetrated with such love that they could feel my life conceived in every creature. My love therefore leads me to conceive myself. In every soul. At every moment and for eternity. Isn't that what I'm doing? In each consecrated host. In every creature who loves me and makes my divine will? But that's not all. For as long as my love is not to excess, to the point of saying, I have nothing more to give you, he is not satisfied. In this way, this is how far he goes. Since in the womb of the Blessed Virgin, I was breathing through his breath. I was warmed by his warmth, nourished by his blood. Also, I await the breath, the heat, the growth of the creature that possesses me. To develop my life. Do you know under what conditions my love puts me? When it loves me, the creature makes me breathe, warms me, gives me all the good it does. Praying, suffering for me, worshipping and glorifying me. It makes me grow, leaves me free of my movements. And she helps to train me in her soul. On the other hand, if she does not love me and gives me nothing, I lack breath, warmth, food, and I do not grow. Alas! This is what my love and human ingratitude confront me with. Now, if the creature gives me the good that makes me grow, making me fill his whole soul with my life. Oh! At that time, I make my life evolve in it. I walk in his feet. I operate in his hands. I speak in his voice. I think in his mind. I love in his heart and I am satisfied. How happy I am! Of the creature there remains only the veil that covers me. I am the owner, the actor, I form my field of action, I can do what I want. My divine will continually repeats its Fiat omniscient. My love was conceived and is madly happy because it formed his life in it. And fine, in all that I do. Both in creation. That in the redemption. In sanctification and in my Eucharistic life. On earth as in heaven. My love runs from a quick flight. In order to bring my benefits. The holiness of my works to all. And no one then can say, the divine will did not do this for me. I have not received this property. If ungrateful creatures do not receive this good, it is entirely their fault, because on my side it was not missing to anyone. But you see how far my love goes. For though they do not let me grow, let them deprive me of the breath of their love, of the nourishment of my will, that they leave me in the cold because their will is not with me, I still remain there without clothes, like a miserable and abject being. Creatures should serve me to clothe me. And although their works are neither just nor holy and are far from pleasing me, I do not leave. I endure so much human ingratitude with infinite patience as I prepare a surprise of love, an even more brilliant grace, to give them what is necessary in order to make me grow in their souls. For I want at all costs form my life in the creature, use all the arts to get what I want. Very often I am forced to resort to plagues to make myself known as I am in his soul. My daughter, have compassion and repair with me for so much human ingratitude. I am everything to creatures. I give them breath, movement, warmth, and nourishment, and they refuse me with ingratitude what I have given them. I have done them the great honor of being my living temple, my palace on earth. What suffering, what pain! Therefore I advise you not to leave me without the breath of your love. Give me at least what is necessary to let me grow. Make my will your life so that I can dwell in your palace with the decorum and sumptuousness that your Jesus deserves. I made my round in the divine will to trace all his acts performed in creation and put my little I love you to unite with all the things created in order to glorify my Creator and to be able to say, I am in my place of honor, I fulfill my office. I am a continual act of the divine will. I can say that I am nothing, that I do nothing, but that I do everything because I do the divine will. I thought that. Then my great good Jesus paid me his little visit and he said to me, my blessed daughter, everything created at a separate office. Although their will is one, not all of them do the same thing. It would not be according to the order or virtue of divine wisdom if one created thing were to repeat what another is already doing. But as one is the will that dominates them. The glory that one receives, I also give it to the other. Because all the substance it possesses, the good and the value they are invested in, all this makes it possible for them to say, I am a continual act of the will of my Creator. He could not have given me greater glory, honor, virtue than to be a single act of the divine will. The little blade of grass, with its smallness, the small space it occupies on the earth, seems to do nothing. No one is looking at it. And yet, because my will wanted him that way and he does not seek to do more than a blade of grass can do in order to accomplish my will, the glory he makes me equal to that of the sun that reigns with so much majesty on earth that it can be called the continual miracle of all creation. All created things are united with each other. Thus this little blade of grass. The sun in all its majesty gives him his little kisses and warmth. The wind caresses him. Water waters it. The earth gives him a small place to form his little life. And yet, what does a small blade of grass do? Nothing, one might say. But as he possesses my will, it has the virtue of doing good to human generations. Having created all things out of love and for the good of creatures, all possess the secret virtue of giving the good they possess. You see, therefore, that everything accomplishes my will so that I never come out of this divine and interminable enclosure. Although on the surface it seems that nothing is being done, it is a participation in God's work and one can say, what God does, I do too. Does that seem like little to you? It is God who does everything and the soul participates in everything. It is not because of the diversity of actions or functions that the creature can say that it is doing great things. But because my will confirms or cancels them, places them in the divine order and affixes his image as the seal of his works. As for the diversity of functions and action, it is order and harmony of my infinite wisdom. Just like in heaven, there is diversity of choirs of angels, diversity of saints. This one is a martyr. The other is virgin. That one confessor. My providence maintains on earth the various functions of king, judge, priest. One commands and the other obeys. If all were to perform the same function, what would happen to the earth? A complete mess. Oh, if everyone could understand that only my divine will knows how to do great things. Oh, how happy they would all be. Everyone would love the small place, the office where God has placed him. But as creatures allow themselves to be dominated by human will, they would like to do things by themselves, perform great deeds, which they cannot do. As a result, they are never satisfied with the conditions in which divine providence has placed them for their own good. Therefore, be satisfied to do a little thing united to my will, and not a great thing without it. Especially since my will is immense, and that you will find yourself in all his deeds. You will find yourself in his love, in his power, in his works, in such a way that you will not be able to do anything without her and she will not be able to do anything without you. This is how life in my will makes wonders that hold incredible. The nothing of the creature is in the power of the whole. A will that can do everything is the prey of nothing. Is there anything this nothing could not do? The creature will then do works worthy of a supreme fiat. That is why the most beautiful, the most solemn, the most pleasant act for us is the nothingness of the creature leaving us free to do what we want. My poor mind feels the need to flow into the center of the divine will to find the breath, the pulsation, and the love of the divine life. No one can live without this breath and pulsation. Without the fiat, my poor soul would form the most painful purgatory and my human will would throw me into the abyss of all evils. I was thinking this when my beloved Jesus surprised me and, with tenderness, he said to me, "Blessed daughter of my will, I am so happy that you have understood that you cannot live without my fiat. The one who does not live in him, not only does it form its living purgatory, but in addition, it blocks and encloses in my heart all the benefits that I had prepared for it. It makes me sigh and it forms purgatory to my love. It suppresses my flames. It thus prevents me from communicating my breath, my life, hence my breathing is cut off. My life is blocked. And I don't have the happiness of being able to communicate to the creature. Now you must know that in all that I do, my primary purpose is to make the creature of my will live. It was therefore the purpose of creation to bring her creature to life. When it doesn't, it suffocates my life in created things. Whereas, in coming to earth, it is my will that I have come to bring to him. You must even know that, as soon as the soul is determined to live in my will, my most holy humanity takes place in her. My blood rains down on her like a torrential rain. My sorrows surround her, strengthen her, like an impregnable wall, embellish her wonderfully, so as to delight in her this divine will. And my own death forms the permanent resurrection of the soul that lives in her. As a result, the creature feels continually regenerated. In my blood, in my sorrows and in my love, even in my breath, in which she finds the grace necessary to live from my divine will. Because I put everything at his disposal, just as my most holy humanity had my divine will at his disposal. Thus, I place my divine will inside and outside the creature in order to give life in it to my will. But for the creature who decides not to live in my will, my blood does not fall in rain because my will is not there to regenerate it. My sufferings do not form the wall of defense, because the human will continually destroys my works and makes my death powerless to revive everything in my will. And my life, my sufferings, and my blood, if the soul does not live from my will, remain at the door of the human will, to wait with inexhaustible impatience to be able to enter. They assail him from all sides in order to give him the grace to live from my will. If my blood, my sufferings, and my life do not enter, they remain suffocated in me. And, oh, how I suffer when I see that the soul does not give me the freedom to give it the good I want. My love, my sufferings, my wounds, my blood, and my works torture me by hearing all these voices that continually say to me with compassion, "This creature hinders us, it makes us useless and as lifeless for it because it does not want to live by the divine will." My daughter, how painful it is To want to do good. To be able to do so. And not to do so. After which I continued my surrender into the divine will that had carried me out of myself. And, oh! How horrible it was to look at the earth! I would have liked to go back into myself to see nothing. But my sweet Jesus, as if he wanted me to see such atrocious scenes, stopped me and said to me, "My daughter, how painful it is to see so much human perfidy. Nations lie to each other and drag the unfortunate peoples, my poor children, into turmoil and fire. You must know that the storm will be so strong that like an impetuous wind it will sweep away the rocks, the earth, and the trees to make room for new plants. This storm will serve to purify peoples and to bring up the serene day of peace and fraternal union. Pray, that all may be served to my glory, to the triumph of my will and to the good of all." I felt abandoned in the arms of my sweet Jesus, who felt the need to relieve his ardent love. Talking about your love is a relief. To make him understand the suffering caused by the obstacles to his love is for him a great relief. Oh! How painful it is to hear him say in a pleading and half-muffled voice, "Love me, love me. I want nothing but love. My greatest sufferings are not being loved. I am not loved because my will is not done. This is my will. Who is the bearer of my love and which makes me love by the creature of divine love? When I feel this love, I am freed from the intensity of my flames and I feel the sweet rest and relief in my own love that the creature gives me." I thought of this when my great good Jesus, visiting my little soul, was seen in the midst of his flames, and he said to me, "My daughter, if you knew how much my love puts me in difficult situations." Heavenly Father was mine. I loved him with such intense love that I considered myself happy to offer my life so that no one could offend him. I was one with him. I couldn't or didn't want to love him. Our divine virtue forms one love that is therefore inseparable from my Heavenly Father. The creatures that came out of my humanity were mine, incorporated into me. And I could tell that they formed my humanity itself. How then not to love them? It would be like not loving one's own life. Oh! In what difficult conditions my love places me, what obstacles he makes rise. My greatest martyrdom was to see that this Father whom I loved was offended. I loved the creatures, they were already mine. I felt them in me, and they spared me no offense, no ingratitude. Heavenly Father wanted with righteousness to strike them, to defeat them. And I was in between to be struck by the one I loved so much, suffering the sufferings of his creatures. If I continued with the Father to be offended, I also loved them to madness. And I offered my life to save every creature. I could not and would not separate me from my Heavenly Father. Because he was mine and I loved him. But it was my duty, as a true son, to give him back all the glory, the love, the satisfaction that all creatures owed him. And though struck by indescribable suffering, I wanted it so because I loved him and I loved this people for whom I was struck. Ah! My love alone, because he is divine, knows how to form such inventions of love. Obstacles such as they are incredible. It forms the heroism of true love where one ends by being consumed by the fire of love for those we love. By incorporating them into oneself to form one and the same life. Ah! In what situation does my love place me? I am so filled with love that I feel the need to express it. By works, sufferings, light, surprising graces. And it is so great that I am always inside and outside the creature to serve it. I serve it with the light in the sun to continue to spread this love, I serve it with the air so that it breathes. I serve it with water to quench its thirst, I serve it with plants to feed it, I serve it with the wind to caress it. I serve it with fire to warm it up. There is nothing in creation or redemption which was not made by a love incapable of containing itself and which came out of me to manifest itself to creatures. Who can tell you how much I suffer from not being loved? How my love is tortured by human ingratitude? I'm getting there. To take their faults on me to suffer as if they were mine. to do the penance they ask for, to take on my shoulders all their ailments to change them into benefits. I take everything upon myself until I give them in my humanity the position of very dear members. I find new inventions of love to make them feel how much I love them. What pain and sadness to see that I am not loved. Also, my daughter, love me. Love me. It's when I'm loved. May my love find its rest and that his tortures turn into sweet relaxations. My poor mind feels the need to rest in the divine will, to feel loved by the one who knows how to love him. He feels life in him, and his sweet company is his greatest happiness. But if he feels the need to be loved, he also experiences with a burning fever that of loving him, and he would like to be able to consume himself with love, to come out of his exiles so that he can love him in heaven with a more perfect love. My Jesus! When will you have mercy on me? I thought this when my beloved made me his little visit and said to me, my daughter, God's love and will work together. They are never separated and form one and the same life. So much so that if my will created many things, it created them in love. And they would not be worthy of our infinite wisdom if we did not love what we have created. Therefore, everything created, even the smallest, possesses the source of our love and a voice that continually sighs with love. I am the divine will and I am holy, pure, powerful and beautiful. I am love and I love. I will never stop loving. Even those whom I do not fully convert into love. You see, therefore, my daughter, that my divine will loved, and then created what she loved. Love is our breath, our pulsation, and our air. That air is communicative and that nothing, no one or thing can escape from the air. Our love that is true air invests all things. It is with justice that he wants to be master of everything and be loved by all. When love is not loved, he feels that the breath and the pulsation are taken away from him and that the air no longer has its communicative virtue. If the creature does my will and does not love, it cannot actually be said that it is doing my will. It may be God's will. By circumstance, by necessity, by times. Because only divine love possesses unitive virtue. The one that unites and centralizes all things in my divine will to form life. He then lacks my love, which alone knows how to make and transmute the creature into adaptable matter in order to make this creature the life of the divine will. Without love, it would then be like a hard object that cannot receive any effigy of the Supreme Being. My love is like a cement that fills all the lesions of human will. It makes it malleable. To give it the shape he wants and to engrave on him the seal of divine life. God's will and love are therefore inseparable. If you want to do my will, you want to love. If you love, you will secure my will within you. My will and love go hand in hand. My will created, and love lends itself as matter to undergo the creative act and to produce our most beautiful works. Also, when we are not loved, we enter into a delirium. We feel that our arms are broken, that our creative hands do not find the matter to form our life in the creature. That is why by going hand in hand and loving each other, we will always love and we will both be happy. If you want to live in my will, I will put my love at your disposal. And you will have in your power the heroic and unceasing love that never says enough is enough. I feel in me the supreme will that wants me to suffer in my small acts the power of his divine act. He wants to be called by the creature. He does not want to act as an intruder or enter by force. He wants. Let the creature know it and that the human will embraces the divine will and abandons his post to follow him, and that the soul feels honored that the divine will is at work in his act. My mind was lost and, oh! How many things I understood without finding the words to repeat them. And my beloved Jesus, all goodness, said to me, my blessed daughter, you have not yet understood what it means. My will at work in the human act of the creature. It descends into the human act. With its creative power. With its light and its luxury of countless graces. It pours into the human act and uses its power to create its act in it. Creating means that she creates as many acts and in as many times as she wants to create. For so many creatures who are willing and can receive this act of my will. This act contains incredible wonders of graces, light and love. It contains the thrilling and creative life of the divine will. That is why, being such a great act, my will does not want to accomplish it. If the creature is not aware of it, if she herself does not want it and does not long for the creative will of such a holy and powerful will. What a difference, my daughter, with the creature who does good and prays. Because she feels that it is her duty. That necessity requires it, or because she suffers, or that she feels obliged to do so. As good as the reason is, these are always human acts, which do not have the virtue of multiplying at will, and who do not possess the fullness of goods, holiness, or love. And sometimes they are mixed with the vilest passions because they lack creative virtue. Who creates the good? Who knows and can undo herself all that does not belong to her holiness? This is how the soul that lets my divine will act in its actions leaves the field open to continuous creation. Oh! How my will feels glorified and loved! To be able to create what she wants in the act of the creature. She feels that her sovereignty, empire, and royalty are recognized, loved and respected. The heavens tremble. All are immersed in an act of deep worship when they see my divine will create in the act of the creature. Oh! If creatures knew what life means in my divine will, they would compete with each other to live in my will, which would be populated by the children of my will. As the human will feels incapable of acting in mine, it would only follow the continuity of the acts of the divine will. It is the continuation of the acts of a property, which forms the order, harmony, and diversity of beauties, which constitutes the enchantment and formation of life and good that one must acquire. Isn't our own life a continual repetition? We still love. We repeat the conservation of the universe. And so we maintain the order, harmony, and life of the universe. Oh! If we did not always repeat it, if only for a moment, we would see the disturbance of all things. Consequently, always repeat in my will your little continual refrains. Always follow my will in your actions to repeat in you his creative act. You will thus be able to form not only the act, but the fullness of his life. After which I thought of everything about the divine will. I wondered how the creature can achieve so many things. My sweet Jesus spoke again and said to me, "My daughter, you must know that from the moment the creature really decides to want to live in my divine will, and never to do one's own will, whatever the price, my Fiat, with indescribable love, forms the seed of his life in the depths of the soul, and this with such power and holiness, that this germ does not grow until it has placed the soul in its position, freeing it from its weaknesses, its miseries, and its stains, if there are any. It can be said that the Fiat forms in advance its purgatory by purging it of everything that could prevent a life of divine will from being formed in it. For my will and sins can neither exist nor dwell together. At most could appear an apparent weakness that the light and heat of my Fiat immediately purify. My Fiat always keeps in hand the purifying act, so that there is no obstacle in the soul that could prevent not only growth, but the development of his acts in the act of the creature. That is why the first thing my will does is to take away purgatory from him in advance, making him suffered in advance, in order to be freer, to make the soul live in him and to form his life as it suits him. That is why if the creature were to die after a definitive and voluntary act of living in my will, she will take flight to heaven. Or rather, it is my will that will carry it in triumph in its arms of light, as a birth, like his dear child. And if it were not so, one could not say, "May your will be done on earth as in heaven." That would be a way of speaking, not a reality. In heaven where it reigns, there are no sins or purgatory. If my will reigns in the creature on earth, there can be no sins or fear of purgatory. My Fiat knows how to purify everything, because he wants to be alone in his position to rule and dominate. My abandonment continues in the divine will. But the more I advance in his sea, the more I feel the need for his life to continue to live. After receiving Holy Communion, I felt the need to love it. But the poor man that I am did not have enough love to love the one who loves him so much. My love was so poor that I was ashamed of Jesus' love, so great that one could not see its limits. My beloved Jesus said to me to give me courage. My blessed daughter, do not overwhelm you. For the one who lives in my will, the whole is in the nothing. In wanting to love me, she loves me with my love. I find in her my love powerful, wise, attractive, immense, so that this nothing of the creature surrounds me on all sides. And I feel bound by his love, which is similar to mine and from which I cannot escape. It hurts me and controls me to the point of making me small. I feel the need to rest in the arms of his love. But that's not all. The creature who lives in my will possesses his Jesus in a perennial way, for he possesses the virtue of forming, elevating, and nourishing my life in the creature. By receiving myself in the sacrament, I find another Jesus, that is, myself, whom the creature loves, adores, and thanks. I can say that I repeat the great miracle I performed. By instituting the sacrament of the Eucharist, in which I communed myself, that is, your Jesus who received Jesus. It was the highest honor, the most complete satisfaction, the exchange of the heroism of my love than to receive me myself. I possessed all that was due to my sacramental life. A God equal to God himself. I could tell that what I gave her, she gave back to me. Now for the creature who lives in my will, it is impossible not to possess his Jesus. That is why in receiving me in the sacrament I can say, I will find myself in the creature. And I find what I want. My life that unites us forms only one, I find my palette. I find love that always loves me. I find the compensation of the great sacrifice. Of all that I do and suffer in my sacramental life. My excessive love carries me with irresistible force to repeat the miracle of receiving me myself. But this is given to me only in the creature where my divine will reigns. I feel that I am in the arms of the divine will. It is as if she is waiting for me to operate in my little acts so that I can rest in her works with her. And, surprising me with his little visit, my sweet Jesus said to me, my daughter, from the moment the creature operates in my will, his actions regain their place in our divine being. Our great goodness keeps plenty of empty places to be able to collect all the human acts possessing the creative virtue in it, who come to their Creator all joyful, and fill these voids that our love holds available in us. To be able to say with facts, these are our acts, because the creature does what we do. And all that is accomplished in our will remains in us. Otherwise it would be as if our life were subject to separation, which is impossible. Since we are inseparable, not only of our supreme entity, but also of all our actions and those who live in our will. That we have room for all and bringing everything together, we form a single act. In addition to their place of honor, these acts find in us perennial life and rest. And we feel the joy, bliss that the creature has locked in his. By fulfilling it in our will, we feel that our Fiat loves us, glorifies us and beatify us in the act of the latter as we deserve. Oh, how happy we are! Not of our natural bliss, but of the one that the creature gives us. For we feel rewarded for the work of creation. Do you find that it is little to give him the virtue of being able to make his Creator happy? Our joy is such that we surrender ourselves in her arms and hugging her in ours. We rest in it, at the same time as she rests in us. And our rest is interrupted only when it surprises us with other new acts. Thus, we are constantly moving from happiness to rest and from rest to happiness. Ah! This blissful creature who, living in our divine will, can make happy the one who possesses the sea of infinite joys and endless bliss. My poor spirit is in the impetuous waves of the divine will. Impetuous and peaceful at the same time, and bearers of so much bliss, that the poor creature feels restricted and incapable of receiving it all. Following the actions of Fiat, arriving at that of the creation of man, I thought, With what love the innocent Adam could love our Lord before falling into sin. Surprising me, my dear Jesus said to me, "My daughter, he loved me as much as possible for a creature." Adam was only love and each of his fibers loved his Creator. He felt the life of his Creator throbbing in his heart. True love calls at every moment the one he loves. And by giving his life with his love, he takes back for his own life the one he loves. When my divine will is loved in the creature, nothing stands in the way of its empire. She reigns and forms in the creature her long-awaited kingdom. When the creature loves me as much as it can, there is no more empty space of God in it. She keeps me with her love at the center of her soul, so that I can neither go out nor free myself from her. And if I could go out, which I could never do, she would follow me. For we cannot separate from each other since our love is the same. This is why the creature who loves me can say in truth, "I conquered the one who created me. I have it in me. I own it. It is all mine and no one can take it away from me." My daughter, love in Adam before sin was perfect, total. My will was his life, so he felt it more than his own life. When he sinned, the life of my Fiat withdrew and the light remained in him, otherwise he could not have lived and would have returned to nothingness. In creating him, we acted as a father who puts his property and his life itself in common with his own child. Adam disobeyed his own father and rebelled against him. And the father was constrained with sadness to put him at the door of his residence, to no longer leave him in common the possession neither of his property nor of his life. But his love is so great that although distant, he does not let him lack basic necessities. Because he knows that if the father withdraws, the child's life is over. This is what my divine will has done. She withdrew her life, but she left her light in support and as a necessary means so that her child did not perish entirely. But by withdrawing his life, all things and works of God have been veiled for man. My divine will has veiled man's intelligence, memory, and will, who remained like those poor dying whose pupil of the eye covered with a veil no longer clearly sees the life of light. My divinity herself as she descended from heaven to earth veiled herself with my humanity. Oh! If creatures had possessed the life of my will, they would have immediately recognized me because my will would have revealed who I was. And they would have immediately known and loved this divine will in me. They would have come in crowds around me and could not have separated themselves from me, recognizing under the guise of their flesh the eternal Word. The one who loved them so much that he came as one of their own. And I wouldn't have needed to manifest myself. For my will by residing in them would have revealed to me. And I wouldn't have been able to hide. On the contrary, I had to say who I was, and how many did not believe me. That is why everything remains veiled for the creatures in whom my will does not reign. The sacraments themselves, which I have left with so much love in my church better than a new creation, are veiled for them. How many surprises, how many secrets and wonderful things the creature whose pupil is veiled can neither understand, nor see, nor taste, especially since this veil is the human will, which prevents him from seeing those things that are in itself. But by reigning in the creatures, my will remove this veil and everything will be revealed. The creatures will then see the caresses we give them through the created things, the kisses, the loving embraces, which are in everything created. They will feel our fiery heartbeat that loves them. They will see our life flow in the sacraments, to give oneself to them continuously. They will feel the need to give themselves to us. This will be the great wonder that my divine will perform. To tear all the sails. To spread incredible graces. To take possession of souls. In such a way that no one will be able to resist her and she will thus have her kingdom on earth. Jesus, hasten to accomplish what you say and want, and your will be done on earth as in heaven.